pia Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu.
Madam, you seem so inspired. Come and pray for us this morning. This way, please. Yeah. We are all prayerful, I believe.
Let's pray. Divine Heavenly Father, Heavenly Mother, thank you for this day. Thank you for love. Thank you for grace. As we
For those of us who probably are going to be a little bit pressed and would need to visit the small rooms, they're right across. Just see the label outside kindly, so that you don't go into the one that is not belonging to you. They are clearly labeled. So just see the label because they all belong on the same corridor. We would also appreciate if we have our phones on vibrating mode or silent, such that we don't disrupt the engagements that are going to be going on. And all in all, I'm looking forward to a fruitful engagement. At this point in time, I would like to invite, is Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa ready? Process of salutations and introductions. And then from there, we shall proceed through. Yeah.
Good morning. Karibuni sana. First, apologies for the delay. We should have started 30 minutes ago. We'll try to recoup the lost time. And I'll start by being very brief so that we start recouping lost time. I have to say that today, for us, it's a good day. We chose this day specifically because we wanted it to be on the day when learners are on half term so that they can attend. We have a few who are in the room, 4 of them from Bubisa Primary School. Bubisa Primary School is in Marsabit County. They have come 560 kilometers away from Nairobi. And for the 3 young girls, it's the first time in Nairobi, but the boy has been here before. We have worked with him. He was our cover boy on our report in 2021, and he's visiting us again. We are happy that he's here with us. We will later on be joined by students from St. Scholastica. It's along Thika Road. They will be here. They will perform a bit of entertainment. That's why you see there is plenty of space here. They asked for it. And we are looking forward to having them join us. Just to recognize a few of the people who are in here, the Parents Association is represented here. The Head Teachers Association is represented in here. A lot of civil society organizations that we worked with across the country. We have 52 partner organizations, and they are represented by some members here. And particularly Mzee Timoi, he will be speaking to us later on in a panel session. He's someone from whom we have learned a lot in this work. And we are happy that this session will help us understand some of the things that are going on. Our founders are present in this room, represented by Dr. Ogola, and we're going to interact much more amongst ourselves. We are going to also be able to have a session to ask a few questions of the report that we're going to share, but we'll also be sharing this report online after it is launched so that you can have the soft copy and you can be able to interrogate it. Just to promise those of you who are data enthusiasts that later on, maybe 1 month later, after we go through the protocols for data protection, we will make the data available. The raw data that was used to write this report will be available for anyone who wants to access and to be able to do their own analysis and look at different angles rather than what we are going to report. I have to say that what we will see in this report is maybe 1/10 of the data that we collected. We have plenty of data that we collected from the field. And we will want that data to be used. So we will invite you to be able to use that data. You have seen the video that is running around the issue of education justice. That is what we pursue. And why do we think it's important to pursue education justice? Because for a very long time, the world has pursued inclusive education. And we are asking ourselves, so who is including who? Who is that who has a right to include others? Aren't all children born with equal rights? So when we are designing systems, why are we designing systems for a few and creating extensions to include others? Why aren't we designing systems for everyone? Especially 30 years since we came up with the inclusion agenda, because
recording in progress.
Yeah, there are some people joining us online, so I think that is what that is about. The inclusion agenda was recognition that a lot of children had been left behind. And it was meant to be a stopgap measure as far as we are concerned, to bring those who had been left behind to par with those who had started in advance. But we have gotten stuck in that inclusion agenda. And so as an organization, we are saying, we want to look at just education systems. And we are looking at a just education system as defined by Twain, who says, a just education system is one where The state secures for every child the kind of education that a wise parent will want for their own child. And that is the question we have to ask ourselves today as we look at the results and the factors around those results. Are we securing for every child in Kenya access to the kind of education that a wise parent will want for their child? If we haven't, what do we need to do? Those are the questions we want to reckon with. And we're going to table evidence that we haven't. Basically, that is what the evidence that we're going to share is about, that we haven't secured for every child the kind of education that a wise parent wants for their child. So what are the gaps? What can we do? What can each one of us in this room do? And who else do we need to engage with to make sure that we secure for every child what a wise parent would want for their own child? Having said those many things, we are here at KICD, and so we are being hosted. We expect that the KICD will welcome us here. I don't know if, yes, I see our host. Please come to the podium and welcome your guests to this great institution. Thank you.
Let us appreciate Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, the CEO of USAWA. As our host is coming forward, I just have another in-house. Kindly, if there's an empty seat before you, just occupy that, because we are having those students from St. Scholastica Primary School that are going to give us the entertainment. When they come, they would occupy the back seat. So kindly, if there's a seat right in front of you, just move towards the front. Thank you. Allow me to say something about the host. Our host, represented here by Dr. Lydia Mucheru, CEO KICD, but the CEO is Professor Charles Ongondo, who has exceptional hosting skills. I've been here before, and those of us who have been here before would agree that if there's any institution that has one of the warmest reception and hospitality, it is KICD. I'm sure those of us who had that the breakfast, believe you me, will be given lunch, but I don't think I want to eat again. It was that special. So Madam Dr. Lydia Mucheru, representing the CEO, Professor Charles Ongondo, welcome to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. I have been introduced by name. I'm Dr. Lydia Mucheru, an acting Senior Deputy Director in charge of research and quality assurance and planning at the Institute. And I'm standing here on behalf of my CEO, who is away. I think we all know what is happening in Homa Bay County, and we are greatly there in that event, and other field engagements that have kept him away for the last 2 days, including today. But as he says, he will not leave the home without somebody to take care of and to take care of guests. I want to believe that you already had your breakfast, because that is where we began. And I want to believe that throughout the day, you will not feel lost. And karibu sana KICD. I just want to say that it is a great honor to host this event. It is a big occasion for USAWA, and we have been invited here just the way you have been invited. And I want to just say that we are proud to be associated with the USAWA agenda, where they take care of learning, quality in education, because that's basically our business. Currently, trying to make CBC get whatever. We have come some journey all along. And I'm glad that this report is being launched at a time when we are just inputting what the Presidential Working Party has directed that we do as an institute. The rationalization of the current curriculum that we have It has really been rationalized, and that is the debate that we've been having in the last few months in this country. A lot of changing taking place in the curriculum, and I'm glad that this kind of report that is talking to us as far as literacy and numeracy are concerned is coming into play. Today, our team of curriculum developers has gone down in a workshop where they are finalizing the designs. And if there is something I am waiting for, it is this report, because it will inform, together with our own research and all other interventions that we are putting in place. These are some of the things that inform what we do. So it is not an exercise in futility. As an institute, we are really ready to buy into this report. And I think as soon as it is launched, we would want to see what is there so that we can be able to see what is this in the next 3 days, that you can quickly buy in, even as we finalize the designs, especially for the lower classes that are talking to us as far as literacy and numeracy are concerned. So I know we conduct our own researches, and as I've said, this is very critical for us, even as an institution. And I want to say that this is a very welcome move, because we are all here because we are interested with the quality of the education that we offer in this country. So I just want to ask that you feel at home, you feel you're at the right place, and I know you are directed to only one direction for the washrooms. We still have others in this direction out of this room. We still have others upstairs towards that end, so don't feel like the space is too small. You can still feel like you can go in many other places around the institute. I want to just say that as we continue to collaborate in the attainment of learning outcomes for a better Kenya, a better country, better education in this country, we, as I said, in this institute, we hope that we will make good use of issues that have been raised in this report, in line with our mandate, and in line with the government policy. So thank you so much, karibuni sana, and I want to just wish us a good day. I want to wish us that this powerful initiative by USAWA will sink into what we do wherever we are in our individual spaces. I've told you what KICD will do with it when it comes. I wish it even came yesterday, but I'm glad that we have been told by Manyasa why it is coming today. So feel welcome at KICD. There's a lot of space. Even if we need more space, sitting space, I think our team is ready to support and even stand with you. Thank you for choosing KICD. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much, the acting CEO. And thank you for welcoming us. I told you we're well taken care of. And I'm very much inspired that these are the people or the institution that is involved with curriculum development. And when they are willing to receive that report and see what it can do in terms of informing the design, then I think that's a very welcome thing. So let's again appreciate our host. I will equally tell Professor in person that you represented him very well. He was my classmate at Moi University undergraduate, so I'll give him a good report. You might get another promotion. Thank you so much. I would like now, in the interest of time, to invite Mr. Henry Kilonzo, who is the USAWA board chair, to give us also the welcome remarks to this initiative. As he comes, let us appreciate him. Let us appreciate him even before he says anything. Yeah. So that he can give us his very brief word on USAWA as the USAWA board chair. Karibu Bwana Henry.
Thank you. Good morning. If I was a preacher, and don't ask me if I have aspirations, I would say you cheer up so that the spirit may move, because you don't look nice from here. At least I can see the smiles. Great, great, great. Thank you very much. Our host, KICD, representatives from the ministry, the civil society organizations, research institutions, the community, the schools, and all those who have been supporting us, including the management of Usawa Agenda. Good morning. All protocols observed. We are here today because of the efforts of the many, many people and institutions who have really supported us from the time we were established up to today. I want to appreciate a special team of the Usawa management, and I know some of them are busy outside, but if you are in, kindly rise up. Usawa Agenda Management Team. Please wave to the participants. Thank you. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge the Usawa board members. We met yesterday, and I know some may not be here. If you are here, kindly, yes. Thank you, Esther. Madam Ashina, thank you. We also have Dr. Martin Ogola, the founder, who is with us here. He'll be speaking after. Thank you. We have Dr. Evelyn Wanzala, with Mr. Nama Nimrod. We have Ms. Florence Sievuo, Dr. Wilson Wasike, Professor Geturo Wainaina. All those are the team of the governing body that represent the organization. And majority are not here, but we had a meeting yesterday, and we have their blessings. I will not take long because the experts will be standing here. In the year 2017, in my other role, where I lead programs at both Safaricom and M-Pesa foundations, we were developing a literacy and a numeracy program. And we did a lot of studies, and we came across a report, which was new to me, Our Children Learning. And it was an eye-opener to me, and when I shared it with the team members, they were shocked that in this country, we had villages where children had not transitioned to secondary or to university, or where children in grade 5 could not even read grade 2, grade 3 content. And then I headed out to the northern part of this country. I went to Marsabit, I went to Turkana, I went to Mandera, I went to Wajir, I went to Baringo, I went to Isiolo, and then I went to the west, a county called, next to Kakamega, there's another county that rains almost every day. Bungoma, yes, thank you, which was an outlier. Because I've seen the last bottom counties, but there was another county in there, Bungoma, which I think researchers will call it an outlier. And I was asking, it rains every day, there is a lot of food, there is a lot of sugarcane, and I wanted to scratch deeper. And we included Bungoma as part of our counties when we were designing the program. So we designed a program which we are calling the Literacy and the Numeracy Program, which was implemented by one of the partners, and Dr. John Mugo and Zizi Afrik, who may be part of this team here. And I visited a school, and I shed tears in the northern part of this country. I experienced children in grade 5 who could not read grade 2 work. And I remembered my 7-year-old then and my 9-year-old then. And I asked myself as a parent, what does such a parent go through? Yet, each and every day, the child leaves their home to go to school. I literally shed tears as a parent. I empathized. So we started this program, which we were calling the Accelerated Learning Program. How do we now bring equity? How do we support these children to move from that level where they cannot read and catch up with the others. And we got a lot of support from the Minister of Education, from the county health officers, from the civil society organizations, and Safaricom came in to fund the program. COVID came, and now children are at home for 9 months. All our children were at home for 9 months. What do we do? Basic equipment like a solar-powered radio, local radio stations providing engagement with the learners in Tana River, in Marsabit, and those other counties. And we are happy after we did the end of project evaluation. Those children had transitioned from now where they could not even read words to where they could even read paragraphs and storybooks. So to me, as a parent, I said, yes. Have I created a difference? Yes. As the partners, the education experts, the community, the households, the training assistants at the community level made a difference? Yes. But is that enough? No. Because when I looked at the report, which you are going to see, changes have been there, but we are not yet there. We still have issues of inequity in this country as far as education is concerned. And that's the reason the government calls on everyone, every stakeholder to come on board to support. I believe that what we are doing as Usawa will have very strong influence to the policy process in this country, will have very strong influence into the way organizations design literacy and numeracy programs, will have strong influence in the way donors, and even where donors, resource providers, put in resources to support. There isn't something as good as evidence, credible evidence that it exists or it doesn't exist. And that's what Usawa exists for, use of evidence to influence policy. We believe, as we now prepare for 2030, Vision 2030 as a country that recognizes education as a key contributor to sustainable development, and SDG number 4 on equitable education, as we head to 2030, all stakeholders will be able to utilize some of these findings to see what their unique contribution can be, so that we are not talking of gaps in 2030, but we are talking of successes, not from an output perspective where we tick boxes, but from an outcome perspective where we are able to tell the story of behavior change in practice. I want to finish by just quoting something from UNESCO, which I was reading this morning. Kindly allow me. Literacy empowers and liberates people. Beyond its importance, as part of the right to education, literacy increases participation in the labor market and has positive effects on health and sustainable development. That is UNESCO January this year. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able to read and interact with numbers, you have freedom. Literacy liberates a country. It liberates a family. It liberates a community and a society. Can we all join hands to liberate our children? Can we all join hands to liberate this country? Let all our children learn. I thank you. Thank you. It's now my honor to invite the founder of Usawa Agenda, Dr. Martin Ogolla, for the opening remarks.
I almost lost my how are you doing? Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you, Henry, our host, KICD, and thank you for the very warm reception. We really enjoyed our breakfast this morning. Representatives from government, our very valued partners, I see a few of them here, the civil society, and all invited guests. A very warm welcome to everybody who has joined us this morning. As already mentioned, I am Martin Ogolla, and I spend most of my time at the School of Education, Kenyatta University, where I teach teachers and dream about, write about, and research matters education. That's where you're most likely to find me. On behalf of the USAWA board and the USAWA team, I am privileged to welcome you all to this launch. We are sincerely grateful that you found time to join us this morning, and your presence here means a lot to us, especially considering that this year's launch is somewhat different from the previous ones we have had. It is special because we have been producing learning assessments, whereas we've been producing learning assessments in the past for quite some time. This is the first foundational literacy and numeracy assessment report. And it's also the first time that we assessed children purely on the CBC curriculum. So it's somewhat different and therefore very special. Now, it's always very reassuring when launching a report of this nature to have such a distinguished audience. In this room, looking around this room, I see people who have such a genuine concern for education in this country, people who have a deep belief that it is their business to promote education in this country and that their contribution can make a difference. Your being here is therefore very uplifting for us. It makes us confident that the message contained in this report has already begun to reach the right people. The people who have the commitment, people who have the determination, and people who have the influence to push this agenda. I am therefore very delighted this morning to see this level of interest in this report. I think it speaks to our need to connect and reflect on whether all our children are really learning in our schools. The report we are launching today tells us that indeed, if I reiterate what Mr. Kilonzo said, that our work at USAWA remains relevant. This report comes at a time when Kenya is grappling with the transition to the competency-based curriculum. And this is a process, as we all know, that has been characterized by several challenges, and I would say mostly attributed to the fact that we may not have been as prepared for the transition as we should have been. This report offers some insights into the learning achievement in the new CBC era, and so it's a very important report. And then this report also, it also reminds us that we are still faced with low learning outcomes in our schools, and that we still have a long way to go with regard to addressing inequalities. Some of the findings could be disheartening, by the way, as mentioned by Mr. Kilonzo. When you read the report, like the previous ones, some of the findings make you want to shed tears for our children in these schools. We have such inequalities in our schools. For example, and then we have low achievement. Low achievement is still a reality in many of our schools. 2 in 5 grade 4 learners, for example, are at least meeting expectations in reading a grade 3 appropriate English text. Then, if you look at the inequalities in the system, the learners in private schools are increasingly more likely to achieve better learning outcomes than their counterparts in public schools. And you find that the private schools generally have better facilities than the public schools. Then the urban schools tend to have better facilities than the rural schools. So the inequalities still exist. And then it also should capture our attention that even with the free primary education, many school-age children are still out of school. And it's also should capture our attention that generally more boys of school-going age are out of schools than girls. Now, these revelations shouldn't dampen our spirits. They should instead inspire and re-energize us all towards making a difference. And we all can make a difference in our own different ways. This is a shared responsibility. We need to focus on addressing iniquities, and we need to focus on promoting collaboration and cooperation. I therefore invite us all not only to read this report, but to contribute in our different ways towards achieving the vision of a world where all the children have equitable access to quality education. Now, as I conclude, I must recognize the dedicated efforts of several people, including the USAWA agenda staff, who have put in a lot into the preparation of this report, and of course doing the assessment. I must also recognize the volunteers who are involved in the process, the consultants who did a good job, and the many different partners who contributed to the success of this report. Thank you all, and very well done on this. I therefore invite you all to read this report, and I hope that we can all respond to the findings of this assessment with humility rather than defensiveness, and with sobriety and with intelligence. Let this report inspire a commitment towards finding true answers, even if these answers challenge our conventional wisdom or short-term interests. Asanteni sana, and once more, karibuni sana to this launch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Ogola. And also, I want to take this opportunity to also appreciate the board chair, Bwana Henry Kilonso, for both of them giving us that insight of what USAWA exactly does and what they stand for. And you can visibly see the commitment that the USAWA agenda has through the people who take care of the board and even the co-founder. Thank you very much, and let us all put our hands together and appreciate them. Before I continue, I want to allude to what the chair said, and it inspires me. And it reminds me of somebody who said that richer than I you shall never be, for I had a mother who taught me how to read. Richer than I you shall never be, for I had a mother who taught me how to read. So once you're able to read and do the other things, then it gives you that liberation. Chairman, thank you so much for that. At this juncture, I want us to appreciate the process that the research undertook. And in so doing, I'd like to invite the test panelists and also one of the trainer and also one of the county coordinators, just to give us a feel of the process and the experiences. And I'm only giving them at least 5 minutes each. But if they can do less than that, the better. We'll begin with the test panelists, and these ones will be represented by Mr. Kennedy Cheva. Please kindly walk to the podium and give us that experience as a test panelist. How did it go? What was it like? And I would also invite the others to come so that they're all here. Let us also have Bwana Francis Lukoye, who also represents the trainers. Francis Lukoye? Oh, there he is, my good friend. Karibu sana. Na ana mwili wa shukurani siku hizi, eh? He wasn't like this when I knew him. And I'd also like to invite the one county coordinator, Madam Faith Ndungi. Yes. The others can take the seat as the test panelist, Kennedy Cheva, begins his short presentation. Karibu sana. Karibu.
Thank you so much, MC, for that elaborate introduction. As you said, my name is Kennedy Cheva. I was in that test panel. We were with the great people there, not just the two. My friend from Jogo is here, Daktari, Sante Sana, it's good to see you there. Remember the hours we took in coming up with those short stories. And quite a number, classroom teachers and many others. I am a head teacher and a teacher of English. I am the head teacher at Westlands Primary School in Nairobi. I am also the national treasurer of Kenya Primary School Head Teachers Association, KEPSHA. So here I'm also representing my national chairman, who was invited to be here today. I do not know, Boaz, you told me I'll speak in both, wearing both hats. Can I do it at the same time or later? Okay, so here it's the test panel. There's one thing I want to say about Usawa Anchenta and this thing that the chair, that Henry told us. I'm one of those head teachers some years ago. I believe that's when Safaricom launched it, who were caught flat-footed by the first report, especially the literacy and the numeracy report, that class 7, class 5 children in our schools, where I teach, where I head, cannot read grade 2 or standard 2 then textbooks. I said, no way, these guys are joking. Who are these guys? Are they teachers? These are busybodies. And we said not very flattering things about that report. And you know, it's received a lot of publicity, especially on TV and mainstream media. And it was addressing us. And those of us who take the job seriously can see the pupils we teach in the house. When you're told you're not doing the job well, you've not given justice to the child, it really hurts. And so we brushed it. We poured cold water to that report. And we told our county directors, such. Little did I know that one day I'll come across a friend called Dr. Manyasa, who will throw me into the thick of things and actually appoint me, I think the Usawa leadership, appoint me into the panel, produce the tests yourself. I think maybe deliberately sent me into the field, sent me to the field to test the tools with my children, and not just in Westlands Primary School, then I was in Kangemi Primary School, but in rural Kenya, in a variety of schools. And I can now say for sure, it is true. Kenya ni kubwa. We have wonderful children in this country who can do all this. They wanted even more. And then we had a large number of others who indeed could not. And that Usawa was proved correct. I remember when we were doing the tests, and you see, a doctor of philosophy, PhD, is not a small person in academics, and we were given one panel to come up, and Boaz told us to come up with a short story of about 30 words, and each sentence had to have about 5 words. The choice of vocabulary had to be simple, to the level of grade 3, and entertaining to the children. And therefore you not come across words like, you know, you had to use words like sweet, good, very, happy, you know, such simple words that resonate with that level of children. And I said, this is quick. This is simple job. So we went to our groups, and I thought I would be done in 5 minutes. Then I did a story that was 70 words. And I tried. And trust you, me, I know my verbs and nouns well. But it's not easy to come up with such a short story. I want us, and I started appreciating the short story writers. And finally, the stories we came up with, after 2 nights, grueling nights, a lot of rigor, and Boaz would take us back to it to again and again and again. I can now confess here that those stories you see took 3 days of rigorous research. And if I tell you to write a sentence about, 2 sentences, 3, about my ball, mpira wangu, my ball. Come up with the first sentence, 5 words, interesting, standard 3 level. The first may be easy. What about the second sentence? What else would you say about your ball? And the third, and the fourth, and we need 8 sentences, short ones. That's what we did. And I thought we were wasting the organization's money in that hotel, but by the time we were through, I was sweating, and I was like, glad that it's done. Then we went to test the tool. Trust me, you, numeracy, when you are told, and I came to realize this, and I always remind my teachers this, that if children at that level cannot decode and understand place value, don't proceed to multiplication of 3-digit numbers by 2-digit numbers. Don't bother, because they will not end the interview and end the test there. I did something against the instructions. On the ground, I tried to go beyond place value and asked them, because these are grade 7 kids, grade 7, okay, they have no idea of place value. They missed it at primary 3, because that's where it was to be taught, primary 3. And they're in 7 now, they have no idea about place value. Sorry? That shows the importance of place value, I think. The spirits are in sync with me. That place value is so important. But that's a minor technical hitch. I think it will be restored, and it had better be. That's how small issues can affect a big event. I think it was, the wind of late has been caught people unprepared, you know? Because I think whoever put it there, alitumia ladders. How can you solve this? It's not easy. Eh? I believe there will be a technical team coming to assist us ordinary folks. And this is how you learn to appreciate everybody in an institution. I believe one guy may come here and just sort this out so easily. He may not be the best paid in this institute. Everybody is important in an institution. Mzee Timoi, I now see you now that I'm standing here. It's great to meet you again after Kajiado.
Kennedy Cheva, who is also the chair, treasurer. Treasurer Kepsha, the money man. Aren't I blessed to be near where money is? Kindly continue.
Thank you. We've seen some agility skills here, and those who saved us from having that part collapse on us. Thank you, and God is good. Now, so the long and short of it is that as Kepsha, we endorse this tool because you are part of the process. We produced it, we tested it right to the household level. I went down to the household level, and I can now assure you that it's legitimate. Now that we represent, and I speak for the 26,000 head teachers of this nation, whatever the outcome, it is. Yeah, we need silence up there. Thank you. Whatever the report says is authentic. Kepsha was part of it, the whole process of the way. And don't you even try to think and imagine that it's easy. It is not easy. If I had time, I would even do a test on you and see whether you can do it. For example, we say C for cat. I say I'm a teacher of English. C for cat. That's what we do. And so when they come across C, they know it is cat. Now tell me, what about the C's? Are they there? Yes. What about the C's I see on the screen here? Would you now therefore blame the child if the child reads foundational literacy and numeracy, and then you would start laughing? The 844 teacher might get the stick, cane the child, because it's not numeracy and literacy. But you said C for cat. And so the teacher at that level needs some basics at level 1, 2, grade 1, 2, even PP, to get the 3 C's. That there's C for cat, that's 1 C, and then there's the soft C. The soft C is pronounced as S, C. Actually, that's where the word C comes from, C. And so the cat may have a sentence like, the cop carried the cupcake to the castle in the clouds. That's cat, C for cat. But then the soft C may give you something different. Like, I cycled in a circle around the cinema in the center of the city. And if you don't teach the soft C, the child will read it, I cackled in a cackle around the kinema in the center of the kitty. And then the teacher will laugh, or people will laugh. And then there's another C, which is shh, the final one, the ocean. You see, like financial, special, you know, and all that. And then you start respecting teachers when you go to the ground and see they know all that. So this place value I was telling you about, I'm telling you, once you skip it, we realized it can't work. The reason, and then you start knowing why you are not an accountant today and earning all those zeros. A teacher somewhere skipped place value, or a parent meant you skip school during the week. Place value was being taught. Or a unionist, Esbon, I've seen Esbon here of KNUT, a unionist called a strike during the session when place value was supposed to be taught. Or the politician called maandamano during that period when place value had to be taught, and then you murder an entire generation. Dr. Manyasa and your team, what you do is so noble, and as Kepsha, we're going with you, we have legitimized you, and we can't thank you enough. Mr. Lee Koye here, once, Lukoye, that's how he introduces himself. Lee Koye was once my teacher in a classroom. Of course, I was seated facing him, and he was facing the opposite direction. He taught me at MKU philosophy. This guy knows many things. He can wear many hats. And I thought it was only fair that after I say the words of the chair in 1 or 2 sentences, you kindly allow him to speak on behalf of the team that went to the ground. Because in the ground, the household level, where we were getting instant feedback about the assessed child, I was there. And one interesting phenomena that arose was when you are interviewing the child and testing the child when the mother is available. That's very tricky, very tricky. Because if it is a matter of carry 1 + 1, carry this, you see, addition with carrying, and the child forgets to carry, or forgets that it had carried, or the child had carried, then the mother would say, don't, kwani umesahau, kuola nilawe ikwite. That in Kikamba means, kwani umesahau ile ulikuwa umebeba, and have you forgotten the one that we had carried? And then when they realize that the child honestly cannot read or cannot calculate, then the statements would be like, huyo mwalimu, Monday tutaonana. Amemaliza mtoto wangu. So those are some of the phenomena that was coming out, and we realized there is the work for everyone all around. And so having said all that, I want to conclude by saying that we join with Usawa and Gender in transforming education into being a nurturing experience for all children, because every good school system ought to change the circumstances that children undergo, because in conclusion, a school may not equalize children, but at least it should equalize opportunities. Thank you very much. Lee Koye.
Thank you very much. It's always good to be a teacher, because wherever you are, you'll not fail one person to recognize you. I am the Lee Koye. Mwaringa, our MC, has told me to speak for 4 minutes. And he had said that if you take less, then the better. He did not remember there is also the other level of best. So if I take 5 minutes, it will be best. First of all, I want to introduce myself. Of course, I have always best referred to myself as Lee Koye, and I want us to continue referring to me as such. I have also been very closely associated with this process. I participated in this process as one of the master trainers, but I was not alone. So because if I say many good things, you might think they were brought about by me alone. I want just the master trainers and trainers in the house to wave at the crowd. Give them a round of applause, because those are the guys. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, any good report that you'd see, or even any bad report, so good or bad, people are always interested in one thing, that how reliable is the data that actually is contained in that report. And when they talk about how reliable data is, they are basically speaking to the issue of credibility of that particular data. So even as we launch this report, and we say those good things that came out of the data, as well as the bad things, because let us not be in the habit of hiding the bad things. We must highlight them so that we can correct them. So as we say those bad things, and people don't like them, the question that matters to me, and it should matter to you also, is how credible was this data, or how credible is the data that produced this report? So, so I'll be talking to you about the question of how well were the data collectors prepared to collect high quality and reliable data? I'll try to be brief, and in Kenya we always add to the point. First of all, I'll talk about this in two ways. One, I'll quickly run through the layers of training, and I'll also talk about the features of that training. In the first place, talking about the process of the training, we actually had several trainings. So in the beginning, we had some draft tools, and those draft tools were with the USAWA agenda team, and so they brought on board a number of master trainers who held their first meeting to go through the draft tools and making the necessary recommendations as to how those tools can be adjusted to collect credible data. Then, after giving that feedback, the USAWA agenda team went back and implemented all those corrections and called for another meeting with the master trainers. And these master trainers were keen to see how the tools were shaping up in terms of if they are the type of tools that will collect the kind of data that we really want. And when they were convinced, after the first meeting, the second meeting, that this tool can be tried out to see whether practically it can collect the right information, the tools were subjected to a piloting exercise, which happened in Machakos. I was there personally, and I was on the ground. And that training, or that piloting also took a form of full training. So the data collectors that we actually handled were on the training site for 2 days, and then we went for data collection. So that was piloting, but essentially what it was to help us do is to see whether this tool is sharp enough to pick out the issues that we wanted, or to actually test what we really wanted to know. Now, that actually brought about the third and final master trainer meeting, where they now reviewed the tools in terms of the kinds of experiences and observations they had made on the ground when we went for the piloting. And at that point also, the master trainers were introduced to the CS Pro, which was a way of collecting that data in a digital manner. And this was to ensure some kind of objectivity across the board. So after all those corrections and training them on the CS Pro and uploading the questionnaires, the ground was ready for TOT training. The trainer of trainers, which happened at Machakos, which brought together the trainers who would train the data collectors, and so the master trainers were to train those trainers, and also bringing together the county coordinators who will be receiving and working with those trainers on the various sites. And then after that, there was now the final volunteer training. And this volunteer training was such that the trainers that the master trainers had trained would go and train the data collectors, but they would not do it alone. The point was that one master trainer was assigned to at least 2 counties to support the training and also to monitor the process of collecting data to ensure that it's going on in the right way. So up to that point, you can see that the training approach here was that we really did not want to let anything go unnoticed. And whenever we noticed it, we took time to correct that before we go for the final data collection. Now, the second bit I want to talk about is now this particular training that I'm talking about. I've talked about who was trained, when, and at what point. There are features that make this data collection, that training look like it is the type that will give us the right information. One of the features of that training was that it was hands-on. The training was such that the trainees will actually do the kinds of things they are expected to do while in the field. And they will even play out certain things, and others observe and tell them, actually, in the real situation, you will meet this kind of situation. And ladies and gentlemen, relax, because some of these eventualities you see are some of the things that you will actually meet in the household, and yet we will really, our data collectors were able to go about them in a very relaxed manner. Secondly, there was enough supportive materials for training and even for data collection, and there was nothing that suffered at all. The training approaches were also flexible, that they could adapt to the different styles of learning, and so we believe even the trainers that were trained really learned, and they were able to do what they were supposed to do. But most importantly, there was the use of standardized procedures in those trainings, and that whoever was training in Machakos, another one in Marsabit, they were basically training in the same way, and the trainers were being equipped with knowledge and skills of the same kind. And
recording in progress.
Very importantly, Bwana MC will ask me to start again because now recording has just begun. There was a very keen eye on the issue of ethical considerations. Data collection, ladies and gentlemen, is not a value-neutral kind of process, but issues about confidentiality, issues about not talking to other households what was observed in one household were all given much emphasis.
Recording in progress.
And those who were trained really kept that. And finally, there was that kind of follow-up support. So after training, there was the post-training kind of support to address questions. And I want to thank the USAWA Agenda Office. They were alert. If anything happened on the ground which you felt that you needed a second opinion about, they were very ready to respond, to the extent that nothing was done by just somebody's decision without having to also find out whether it's in the right direction or not. In the interest of time, as we like saying, I want to say that if by listening to me, for the brief time I've spoken, you feel convinced and inspired to believe in the credibility of the data that has formed this report, please clap me out of stage.
All protocols observed, thank you. I would want to introduce myself first. My name is Faith Nduta Ndongo. I'm a county coordinator for Muranga. I've worked with USAWA for several years on the numeracy and literacy assessments that we've carried out. And as we heard, this one was different, and we were happy to be part of the process. And we always ask who we are surveyed. Once the results are out, we can tell you, because we are the ones representing the county coordinators. USAWA is working closely with partner organizations, and the partner organizations recruit county coordinators who are in charge of the process in the county. Myself, I was in charge of Muranga County, and I'll give you the process, how it goes. As you've heard from Dr. Likoe, we went for a training with the trainers in Machakos, for a 2-day training as coordinators, and from there we were tasked, we got the authorization letters from USAWA with introduction letters to the county commissioner and the director of education, the county director of education, and we got relevant authorities authorization letters to carry out the research in the county. That was done all over countrywide in the 47 counties. From there, we are tasked to the villages that we survey. They are sampled by the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and we got the villages from them, and from there we worked closely with the village elders in these areas or in these sub-counties or in the villages, just listing the families in the enumeration areas that were given or were sampled. From there we were able to sample with the household elder, then the families or the households that are going to be visited. From that, we were tasked also to recruit the volunteers who are the data collectors. These were youth who were in the villages, who had passion in education, passion for their community, and in the process, we recruited them to support in this exercise. Countrywide, we visited around 38,000 households per all the 47 counties. We also, from the sampled villages, we were able to identify the schools. How many students or most children that were sampled from that village, they were attended to which school? So that is the school that we were going to survey. So we also surveyed around 1,800 primary schools countrywide. We went after the recruitment of the volunteers. We took them for a 2-day training. The county coordinator was in charge to take the process of identifying a venue where the volunteers are going to learn for 2 days. We also tasked to come up with schools and households where they're going to do practical sessions, where the trainers would, and us as the coordinators, we will work with them just to see what they've learned, whether they are doing it correctly before they go to the field. So they went to schools and they went to households, and we partnered with the elders to take them through the process. From there, after the training, they were now ready to go to the field and perform the survey or the assessment. We were there always with them, following. The trainers were there with us. The secretariat, Usawa, was there for any call, for any eventuality, any problem that we had. We were there to support the team at the household level. In terms of the assessments and the tests, feedback was given instantly. At times, we had to encourage the parents to give space to the child, because parents, if the child would stammer, it affects the reading of the child because of fear or instilling fear. So one of the volunteers would engage the parent and give the child enough space to be able to respond to the tasks from the tests that we had. So we would also give instant feedback from the tests that the child did. When we went to the schools, what were we looking for? We were not engaging the child in any way in the school. At the schools, we wanted to know the facilities the school has, how many toilets, how many for girls, for boys, how many classes, how many teachers, both male, female. Such questions do the pupils have desks or chairs? Those were the things that we were looking at the school level. So the child, any interview to the child was done at the household level, where we got consent from the parents. So I would want to tell you, from the assessments that we did, yes, there were very many challenges. There's a big problem with our education, and that's why we as coordinators, we are eagerly waiting for the report, not just after the assessment. We always go back to the community to give the evidence, to give out the feedback report. We call for engagement through barazas. We engage the stakeholders, because we all have a role to play to ensure that our education system is good. So thank you so much on behalf of all the coordinators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the test panelists, the trainers, and also the county coordinator. Let's appreciate all of them as they take their... Now, this is evidence that real work was done, because when a study is done or a survey, people ask, how was it? So we've been taken through the process, and I think that gives it the credibility and the validity of what we are going to get in a short while. So again, as they take their seats, another big round of applause. This was really, really hard work. Before we continue to the next level, I want to appreciate and acknowledge Dr. John Mugo, who all along joined us online. Dr. John Mugo is the CEO for Zizi Afrique, a very good partner in this process. We also have been joined by Mr. Hesbon Otieno from NAT. And amongst us, we also have Madam Rose Eteye from the Kenya Private Schools Association. Where is she? Wave. If she's around, I'm told, oh, she's joined online. And we also have Mr. Lawrence Otunga from Kunopet. Thank you so much. And we also have Mr. Amando from PAL Network. He's just walked out, but was just sitting right before you. So we want to appreciate them. Now, this is the time that we've also been waiting for. That's that break. The girls and, are there boys? Yes, the girls and boys from St. Scholastica Primary School pupils, I don't know where they got my number. They've just sent me an SMS and said, Bwana MC, you are delaying us, because they want to give their entertainment. And who am I to say no? This is the opportunity for St. Scholastica Primary School to give us the entertainment so that we can get refreshed and then proceed now to the main report. I'm also eager to hear. As I'm saying this, please come. I'm just buying time so that you organize yourselves. There they are, you can see. Wow. Huh? They have told me in their SMS, we shall shatter this place. We shall thunder it. So I'm waiting. Karibu sana St. Scholastica Primary School. The floor is yours.
Siku moja mama nitakujengea nyumba ya kifahari, kuishi poa mama na pesa za mziki.
Siku moja baba nitakununulia gari la kifahari, uendeshe baba na pesa za mziki.
Siku moja dada nitakulipia karo ya shule, uende university na pesa za mziki.
Siku moja baba nitakufungulia biashara, uwe soko barabara na pesa za muziki.
Ikiwa nitakuwa rubani, niendeshe ndege, niwe rubani, rubani anaimba. Ikiwa nitakuwa karani, karani wa benki, niwe karani, karani anaimba. Ikiwa nitakuwa waziri, waziri wa serikali, niwe waziri, waziri anaimba. Popote niendapo, chochote nifanyacho, yote nitakuwa, niwe na
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been together in the highs and lows, in the ins and outs, but there is still no equity. Dear people, I have a dream. A dream, dear people, that one day, one good day, there shall be equity in education, social justice, not forgetting economic justice. shall sit together in one table, eat, drink, and rejoice together. For the God that we know and serve is a God of equity. And why do I say this? It's because when clouds gather, the heavens cry rain on both the poor man's land, not forgetting the rich man's land. Let me give you another example. When you treat a rich man, what do? They bleed, isn't it? The same happens to the poor man. This shows that there is equity. Dear people, when wind blows, it blows on both the poor man's land and the rich man's land. People, we should all unite together and build bridges for both the poor and the rich to cross and meet together. Isn't it? For this is what we want. Because through usawa, tuko sawa. Hip hip, hooray! 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 Let us all rise and spread usawa across the land.
One love, hear the children crying. One heart, saying give thanks.
Wow. Usawa, we shall break the chains. Education for all. They have a message. Let's give them again another round of applause. And also give me a round of applause because I'm the one who trained them. A wonderful message. You know, so touching when it comes from them. And if that message were to spread to every corner of this world, what kind of a world are we going to have? And I think I'm really, really impressed. Thank you so much. And now we are moving on to the main agenda of the day. And before that, I acknowledge in your absence, Bwana Amando of PAL Network. You were out, you had stepped out a bit, but I acknowledge your presence. Thank you so much. I want to invite Dr. Manyasa, but before I do that, I want you to listen to this 1-minute story. There was this child that had been put on the bus by his mother. The bus was leaving Nairobi to go to Eldoret. So immediately the journey began, because I don't want this story to be so long. The boy kept on asking the adults in the room, have we arrived Nakuru? Have we reached Nakuru? So the boy was told no. So the bus kept on going, and he repeatedly asked, have we reached Nakuru? He was told no. So they kept on going, and then he asked again, have we reached Nakuru? And the adults said, no, you shut up now. You're disturbing everybody. We'll tell you when we get to Nakuru, so keep quiet. So the poor boy shut down and was intimidated. So as they went along, unfortunately everybody, you know, as you are in the bus, you are allowed, they all slept. By the time they were waking up, and the boy again now timidly asked again, I'm sorry, but have we reached Nakuru? They realized they had reached Londiani, almost past Nakuru, way past Nakuru, and they're headed to Eldoret. The people in the bus said, we can't do this. We are unfair. Let's go back to Nakuru. The driver said, unless you raise more funds, because this bus does not go on saliva. It goes on fuel. So they did a small fundraising, and they were able to get fuel to take back the boy to Nakuru. So when they got back to Nakuru, and then the boy was told, now you can alight. He said, no, I'm not alighting. And he picked on the carrier, my mother had told me that if I reach Nakuru, I should eat, but I'm going to Eldoret. What does that mean? Sometimes there's information, there's something around us, and we do not want to listen. Kindly, let us be patient and listen to Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. He could be having a message for us. That is why I thought we should keenly listen, and then we can say, what interventions can we do? Please, Dr. Manyasa, welcome and give us your report. We shall listen now, and like the people on the bus.
St. Scholastica, thank you. Thank you very much. I haven't been to the theaters for a long time, but this month, 2 weeks ago, I went to watch the premiere of Bob Marley's Life movie. And it's interesting to see One Love from St. Scholastica. Thank you. We really appreciate that. You have seen the processes that we go through to generate data, from the training to where we are now. We have processed the data that was collected. And as I mentioned, we are going to share with you 1/10 of the data that we collected. We're going to share those findings here. But maybe I need to very briefly talk about who we are as an organization. Very briefly. We are not for profit. And for those who don't speak Swahili, we use the word usawa to mean equity. It also means equality in English, so it has dual meanings, equality, equity. But previously, we existed as a program of Twaweza East Africa. For 10 years, we were a program of Twaweza. We were called Uwezo, and many people here, including the MC, Dr. Mwaringa, were there running Uwezo initially. And we started to ask the question as to whether children are learning. And we have done that continuously to date. There is a reason why we persist in asking that question. And we're going to share evidence as to why we need to continue asking that question. But as we have asked the question and continue to go to communities, and I can tell you, we have been to every corner of Kenya, to every corner. We started to understand that maybe, you can move on to the next slide. We started to understand that the problems we are dealing with, the problem of low learning outcomes among children, is a manifestation of something much more deeper. So we started to perceive education systems as shown in these trees that you see on the screen. We started to understand that the way we have set up education systems, they are actually elite reproduction enterprises. And you're going to see in the evidence that we're going to share that education systems are designed to be unequitable, and they're designed to reproduce those inequities. We're going to see some of that evidence. So that we see education systems and children going through school in the current state as represented by the first tree, the tree with many colors. And we see children at the roots of that tree, coming from very diverse backgrounds, manifested by the different colors that you see there. And we see education at that trunk of that tree, through which all these children go. But the way the system is designed now, children go through it, but when they are adult, they still have the disadvantages they brought into the school system. And sometimes those disadvantages are magnified. And I'll give you an example. You come from a very poor household in Kenya. So you go to school hungry, you struggle through your primary school, you score very low marks. You are transitioned to secondary school because now we have a 100% transition policy. You go to one of those small schools, and we have another survey that we did that we release the results next month. We'll actually release in April for the secondary school, and you see how inequitable that is. So you go to one of those small secondary schools where no one ever qualifies to go to university. No one. For years they have existed, they have said no one to university. You stay there, you spend your 4 years there, you get mean score E. In the just released KCSE, we had 48,000 E's in the country. Yeah? You get one of those. And you are released back to society. How unjust is that? Why am I saying it is unjust? Because in the communities where we come from, and particularly where I come from, being married as a teenager is a mark of success. And having a wife and children, if you are a boy. And now here you are, you have spent your 12 years in school. Your age mates are married, they have wives and children. And you come back, school has not given you an alternative livelihood. You need to team up with them and work many jobs in the village. You become the laughing stock among them. Why did you spend your years in school? We are doing the same things with you. And we are better off because we have families you don't have. So you have wasted time. That is the current system that we have. Children bring disadvantages into school. They get multiplied by the time they leave school. What we desire to see is in that second tree, so that we cannot do anything about the homes where children come from. We know they will come from diverse backgrounds. But the school system can do something that will be able to blunt the disadvantages that these children bring into school and make it possible for them to thrive after school. That's why that tree there has the green branches that signify success. You can see that those branches are not the same, they are not same shape, but because the school is not supposed to make everyone equal, but it's supposed to make everyone thrive in whichever way they pursue. What are our approaches as we try to address this problem that we feel our education systems face? We do research, we do assessments, like what we are going to be sharing today. We communicate what we find, and we engage with other stakeholders around it. Your presence here is one such opportunity for engagement. We are sharing this, we will be listening to feedback from you. We will be seeking to engage with you outside of this hall from today on the findings. But we also try to build coalitions, because we think we need everyone working together to be able to achieve what we are seeking to achieve. For this current survey that we are sharing findings, and my colleagues who have been here have already mentioned the extent to which we went. We went to 1,953 villages or enumeration areas in all the 47 counties of Kenya. We visited 38,634 households and interviewed the household heads. In those households, we had 59,201 children between the 6 months old and 15 years. So we assessed 39,298 of them, because those are the ones who met the criteria of being assessed, meaning they were between the age of 6 years and 15. Sorry, this shows as 16. It's supposed to be 15 years. We assess children who are in school and who are out of school, for as long as you are within that age bracket. We also visited 1,813 primary schools, both public and private. And in those schools, there was a total of 1,041,000 children, 627. What we are trying to answer was this question: are all the children learning? The sampling process, normally the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics samples for us. I don't know whether KNBS is represented here. Do we have Kenya National Bureau of Statistics? We had sent invitations. They are not represented today, but they work with us. They obtain the sample for us. They calculate the national representative sample, and in this survey, they said we needed 2,000 ES. And then we stratified counties, the country into 47 counties, and then the counties into urban and rural components of them, and randomly sampled different numbers of ES from the counties based on their national weight. From each EA, we listed all the households and sampled 20 of them to be assessed. And we assessed children who are aged 6 to 15. But we also purposely sampled a school. And the reason we purposefully sampled a school is because we wanted to go to a school that is most attended by the children in the sampled EA, and interviewed the school heads, but also observed a lot of things in the school. We took photos. Some of them, if you saw them, you'll be very sad that those are schools. But we can't share, of course, the photos. So what are the things that we have found out? Starting with access to school. 8.5% of children of school age in the country are out of school. This is an increase in the number of children out of school, because in 2021, when we carried out the survey, it was 7.5. Now it is 8.5. That is an increase in the out-of-school rate. We also realized that in some of the cases, we had children who had dropped out of school, and for the children who dropped out of school, 4 in 10 of them cited lack of fees as the reason. This is interesting because we are implementing a free and compulsory basic education policy. But if 4 out of 10 children who are out of school said the reason, the parents said the reason is lack of fees. We also found that 13 in 100 of the children who had actually dropped out of school, the reason cited by parents was that the children didn't want to go to school, which again calls to question our commitment to compulsory basic education. In this second figure, we'll see the percentage of school children who are out of school by age and gender. There is a positive story in this figure, in the sense that for the children aged 4 to 5, now 16% of them are out of school. This is a major improvement. When we carried out the survey in 2021, it was actually 36%. These are the children who are supposed to be in ECDE, in the preschool. So there has been improvement in ECD enrollment. We had 36% out of school, now we have 16. But we have had a negative change in the age of primary school, age 6 to 15. That is what has led to the overall increase in the percentage of children out of school. We looked at the children who are out of school and looked at the level of education of the household head. And we saw that if you are a child in a household with a parent who has no formal education, you are more likely, actually more than double likely to be out of school than any other child. And this is not an interesting trend, because it means that education remains heritable. That if you are born from a family where there is no formal education, you will continue to have no formal education. It is important that we appreciate that fact, that households with household heads without formal education, 20% of their children are out of school. We looked at the out-of-school children by the level of household income. And a child in a poor household is twice likely to be out of school compared to a child in a wealthy household. We looked at the distribution of children out of school by county. I know the names of the counties may be too small to see. But there is something that we observed here. A child in Mandera, which had the largest percentage of children out of school, is almost 10 times more likely to be out of school compared to a child in Nyamira. Nyamira had the least percentage of children out of school. But also, out of the 7 counties with the largest percentage of children being out of school, all of them are found in the arid and semi-arid parts of Kenya. So Wajir, Tana River, West Pokot, Samburu, Turkana, Marsabit, and Mandera, they have the highest percentage of out-of-school children. But they also have the highest percentage of children who never enrolled in school. We have 2 categories of children out of school, those who dropped out and those who never enrolled. So Marsabit, the 7 counties that I mentioned have the highest percentage of children out of school and the highest percentage of those who never enrolled. We looked at the children with disabilities and their enrollment in school. So we've looked at boys with disability who are in school. We looked at girls with disability in school. We looked at boys with a disability who dropped out of school and girls who dropped out of school. And we looked at boys who never enrolled and girls who never enrolled. And we found that 2 in 10 children with any form of disability are out of school. That tells you the national average of children out of school is 9 children in 100. But among the children with disability is 20 children in 100. The children with disability are more likely to be out of school. They are also more likely to have dropped out of school compared to the children without disabilities. We saw that children with autism are more likely to drop out of school than any other form of disability. And we saw that children with mental health challenges are more likely never to enroll in the school compared to others. So we asked schools what challenges they were facing in terms of educating children with disabilities. And majority of them, 23% of them, or 24 thereabout, said their biggest challenge is lack of specialized personnel. That is the greatest challenge they face in terms of supporting children with disabilities to stay in school. And then the second largest is high cost of learning materials, and then inadequate funding from the government are the main challenges. And then, of course, they mentioned infrastructure as a problem. We looked at how the children in the country are distributed between public and private schools. And now we see that 2 in 10 children in Kenya are enrolled in private schools. This is a decline. In the last assessment that we had, it was 3 in 10 children enrolled in private schools. Now we have 2 in 10 enrolled in private schools, which is interesting because we will see when we look at the learning outcomes that children in private schools are achieving better than those in public schools. And now we have more children moving from private schools to public schools. We looked at the schools that had certain learning conditions. Among them, children sitting on the floor. We looked at children who are sharing classrooms. We looked at children, the schools that had a library, schools that had a fence around them. And we'll see that only 23.8% of the schools had a library. Later on, when we look at the learning outcomes, we'll see that having a library in school is associated with better grades in the school. And only 23% of the primary schools have a library. There has been efforts to make sure that we fence all our schools, but we still have 3 in 10 schools not being fenced. We know the issues of security related to having an open school without a fence. The others there you read for yourselves. We looked at the pupil-teacher ratio in the ECD, and we can see that for public ECD centers, the pupil-teacher ratio is double the ratio in the private ECD centers. We looked at the distribution of teachers and head teachers and boards of management chairs by gender. This is important because we realized that actually it is women who teach. Thank you. It is women who teach in our primary schools, but it is men who manage the schools. So actually 60% of our primary school teachers are women. Yeah? But only 3 in 10 school heads are women. And actually 1 in 10 boards of management chairs are women. And that represents a worsening of the condition, because in 2021 we had 2 in 10 chairs of the boards being women. Now it is 1 in 10 that are women. That also calls to question the commitment to the 2/3 gender rule that we have in our constitution. The schools in urban areas are doing a bit better. They have more 2 in 10 boards of management being women, but in rural areas it's 1 in 10. And also in urban areas, we have 4 in 10 heads being women. But in rural areas, it's 3. We looked at the distribution of school heads by gender and academic qualifications. I will not go into the gender perspective here, but the figure can explain that. But we realize that most of our school heads now, the single most block, 4 in 10, actually have a bachelor's degree. And then we have 35% of them having a diploma, and we have 11% of them with a master's degree. This is actually good, except that when we look at the results, we'll see that academic qualifications of the school head have no implication on the performance of the school in national exam. Which is interesting. In this other figure here, we look at the teachers to classroom ratio. Now this, I need to explain it a bit more. Most analyses focus on pupil-teacher ratio. And the government would like to report on that and show the improvement. But we are interested in the teacher-classroom ratio and not the pupil-teacher ratio. Why? Because it is the teacher-classroom ratio, and we'll see it in the results again, that counts to what we see in the learning outcomes. And how does it count? Let's assume we have a school of 200 children. And that school has 4 teachers, and that school has grades 1 to 6. If you do a pupil-teacher ratio, they are 50 to 1. It doesn't look so bad, yeah? But when all the 4 teachers are in class, 2 classes will remain unattended at any given time. If we assume all the 4 teachers are in class, 2 classes will remain unattended. That's why we are interested in the classroom ratio. Do we have enough teachers to teach all the classrooms that are in that school? Rather than do we have the right ratio of how many pupils to the teacher? And we see that for most of our public schools, the ratio is less than 1, meaning we have less teachers than required to be in every class at a given moment. So we visited schools, we had classrooms that were not being attended, and if you looked at the number of teachers in the school, all of them were occupied. They were in class. They were doing their job, but they still were classes that were unattended. We looked at the distribution of the TSC, permanent and pensionable teachers, interns, and teachers employed by boards of management. And actually, if you go to our public schools, 77% of the teachers are employed on permanent and pensionable terms by TSC. 9% of those teachers are interns, employed on a short-term contract. And then 14% of the teachers are employed by boards of management. You'll also realize, because this figure is not very clear because of the many counties I had to fit there. However, you realize that the counties that have the least permanent and pensionable teachers are the same counties that are in ASAL, that have the highest percentage of children out of school. For example, Wajir has the worst rate, with only 63% of their teachers being employed on permanent and pensionable terms, compared to Kirinyaga, for example, that has actually 93% of their teachers being employed on permanent and pensionable. That becomes a double tragedy, because these are also the counties where parents cannot afford to raise money to employ teachers on board of management terms. So the head teachers struggle with running those schools. We looked at the teachers who had attended in-service training in the last 2 years, and we saw that 6 in 10 teachers had actually attended in-service training. And there isn't much difference between male and female teachers in terms of participation in the in-service training. We looked at the distribution of the boards of management teachers by average monthly pay. And more than 8 in 10 of our BOM teachers earn less than 10,000 shillings. This is information obtained from school heads. Yeah? More than 8 in 10 of these teachers earn less than 10,000 Kenya shillings. The other 16% actually earn between 10 and 20. And only a small minority are actually earning more than 20,000 Kenya shillings. That can also speak to the motivation of those teachers, because they are qualified teachers like any other. They have graduated from college. They are working alongside others who are being paid the government scale, but they are earning less than 10,000. This is interesting. We asked school heads where they get money to pay these board of management teachers. And majority of them get the money from parents. So 67 shillings out of every 100 shillings paid to the BOM teacher is from parents. But the interesting part is that there is money coming from government capitation that is paying these teachers. So maybe government just needs to factor money in capitation for that, because I know that there's no money factored in capitation to pay BOM teachers. But head teachers are having to do whatever they can do and get something out of capitation to pay teachers, when parents are unable, and yet they need teachers and the TSC is not giving them. We looked at some school health matters and checked the schools that were screening children, were conducting immunization, they were doing health promotion and health prevention measures in place. They were assessing learners who are using drugs, for example, and also keeping pupils' health records. And generally, private schools did better on all those indicators compared to the public schools. We looked at the schools that were providing menstrual hygiene services. And we'll see that generally most schools provided sanitary towels. 8 in 10 provided sanitary towels. Public schools, more public schools provided sanitary towels than private. And I think it's understandable. Most private schools, the parents are able to buy, they prefer to buy those for their own children. So for public schools, 8 in 10 were providing sanitary towels. But also, we asked about provision of disposal facilities for those sanitary towels in school. And private schools are doing better there. 7 in 10 are providing disposal facilities. Public schools, about 6 in 10 are providing that. We asked about provision of changing rooms or bathrooms where the girls could go and change if they needed to change their sanitary towels. And in public schools, only 23% they are providing that. In private schools, about 47%. So nationally, 27% of the schools. We checked sources of drinking water for learners in the school. And we can see that roughly the child reports to have been violated, and that is that. Nothing happens. In about 4 of 10 cases, the child was checked by a medical professional. In about 5 out of 10 cases, the child was taken to counseling. And only in 3 out of 10 was the case reported to the police. We looked at some IT issues in the schools. And we checked whether the school had received any IT resources from the government. And in rural schools, 83% of them reported yes. We know that the government ran this huge program on supply of digital devices to schools, so most public schools received. So nationally, 77% of the schools have received that. We asked the schools if they had a computer lab, and 3 in 10 of the schools had. But in rural areas, only 2 in 10 schools had that computer lab. Interestingly, we asked about the internet access. And in rural areas, only 18% of the schools are connected to the internet, which is a big challenge to all the efforts in leveraging technology to deliver quality education to rural children. In urban areas, 41%. I find this interesting because one time I spoke to a gentleman from Safaricom. I was interviewing him for another paper that I was writing. And he told me, we have offered government to allow us to connect some schools to the internet. But we have told them, allow us to be tax exempted on the amount that we spend on this project. And the government said no. You go spend your money to put up these facilities to support schools, but still pay tax on the money you are spending there. So that made it difficult. And this is important for government to think about, to improve connectivity to the internet. The one thing that we've done very well is connection to electricity, and I think the last mile program that the government implemented a few years ago did magic. So 97% of our schools are connected to either electricity or to solar. There has been a lot of discussion around CBC, so we asked parents what are their views on. We have views on what they don't like, we have views on what they like. We are not reporting them, but they're in the report that you get a copy of. We have put them down. But what we want to share here is what they thought needs to be done to make it better. And an overwhelming majority said, lower the cost to parents. That is the one thing parents want to see, the cost of CBC being lowered. They want to see the cost of CBC being lowered. That is one thing they insisted on. We have a group that says reduce the learning areas. We have a group that says minimize homework given to children. I as a parent, belong to that category. I have to own up. I don't believe that children should be doing schoolwork at home and calling it homework. Schoolwork should be done at school. When I'm at home with my child, I want to teach them our family values, not to do what has been scripted by the school for me to do with the child. So that is one thing. They also asked that the TSC posts enough teachers because there's still that gap in the teaching staff that are available. So we look at quickly the learning outcomes, and we assessed children in 5 categories. We assessed children, all children. We gave all children this test. Children aged 6 to 15, we gave them the test, the numeracy and literacy tests. And then we are reporting, therefore, in these categories. 1, all the children. We are reporting on children who are out of school and were tested. We are reporting on children who dropped out of school and children who never enrolled. But we are also reporting on grade 4 who are assessed because this test was based on grade 3. So grade 4 should have been the ones who have just finished the content and wanted to see how sharp they were in that. And we assessed children aged age 10 because that is important for SDG 4 reporting. So we are reporting on that. The children aged 10, where are they? Then we are looking at the children in grade 6 because they are leaving primary. And that is also SDG 4 reporting indicator on children exiting primary and where they are in their ability to read. So overall, looking at the national picture, we will see that 4 in 5 children, 4 in 10 were actually able to meet or exceed expectations of reading a grade 3 appropriate English text. We will see through and through that actually girls outperform boys. In literacy and in numeracy, girls have outperformed boys in this assessment, except for the case where the children are out of school. For the case of children who are out of school, the boys outperform girls. I don't know the reason. But for those in school, the girls are outperforming boys. So we looked at the children who are out of school, and we can see that 3 in 10 of them were meeting or exceeding expectations. For the children who dropped out of school, more of them were meeting or exceeding expectations, and the reason being that when you separate those who have dropped out of school from those who are out of school, then those who have dropped out of school, some of them include those who even dropped out of school at secondary school level. So they have already covered this content, and they do better than the overall number of those out of school. But when you look at those who never enrolled, only 15% of them would meet or exceed expectations. Comparing public and private schools, when you're looking at all children, there seems to be no difference. And I need to explain this. Because for those now who dropped out of school when they were in secondary, they were in public school. but they are still doing very well because they are already at very high levels. So that neutralizes the effect of whether private or public. But when we look at grade 3, grade 4, you will see the difference between the public and private. We looked at those who met expectations in both solving a grade 3 appropriate numeracy problem and reading a grade 3 appropriate English text. If you now combine the two of them, the percentages achieving decline slightly, but still we have 4 in 10 achieving for national outlook. We have now 24% out of school achieving. We have 32% of the dropout achieving, and we have 13% of the never enrolled achieving. Again, there isn't significant difference between public and private. When you look at those who met expectations in both, I think I repeated that figure. So we come to this 24 and look at grade 4 and look at, where is that echo coming from? So if you look at, what have you guys done? Someone near the computer there. So if you look at those who are in grade 4 and look at rural and urban, in rural areas, 34% of them are meeting or exceeding expectation. In urban areas, about 50% of them are meeting or exceeding expectations. You look at the grade 4s who are doing both math and English, again, looking at public and private school. In public school, it is now 32%, 33%. In private school, 49%. And nationally, 36%. We look at grade 4 by rural urban. In rural areas, 29% are achieving. In urban areas, 45%, and nationally, still 36%. We look at the children aged 10, and I said this is for SDG reporting. And this one we report only on literacy. And the reason we report only on literacy is because literacy is very important. If you are, there's something people have never really paid attention to. If you are not able to read, it means you can only learn from the people you meet physically. That is how limiting it is. You cannot learn from those who existed before you, and you cannot learn from those who are geographically away from you, because you only learn what people tell you. So you must meet someone, have enough time to listen to them, to learn anything from them. While those who can read are learning from people who existed 1,000, 2,000 years ago, because they wrote down something and they are able to read and inform themselves. They are reading from people who are on the extreme ends of the earth from where they are. So this is important that we focus on this literacy problem. For rural areas, age 10s, 37% are meeting or exceeding expectation. For urban areas, 52%, but nationally, 43%. We look at gender. Again, I mentioned the girls are outperforming boys in all the levels, except for those who are not in school. We looked at grade 6. And for grade 6, we are reporting those who did not meet expectation. Because they are actually leaving primary, they should be able to do this grade 3 work. But a whole 36% of children leaving primary cannot read a grade 3 appropriate text. This is important. It brings to question the issue of 100% transition. When we are transitioning this child who can't read a grade 3 text, and we are taking them to secondary school, what are we expecting them to actually do there? I think that is an important conversation that we can start to have around that. So we see that nationally 31% of children leaving primary are unable to read a grade 3 text. We collected data from schools, and so we analyzed, and this is the last slide I'm presenting here. We analyzed how the school factors affect the school's KCPE mean score. Because that is, we collected the mean score for the previous year, and we ran a regression of that mean score on the various school characteristics. I said already, academic qualifications of the school head have no association with the KCPE mean score that we collected. Which is interesting because everyone expects that the higher the qualifications, the more. Similarly, we saw, and I have not reported here, we saw that training head teachers in management had no effect on the mean score that the school actually obtained. The data is available. We are willing to share for people to do their own analysis to confirm if what we are reporting is actually true. For head teachers, years of experience are important in contributing to the mean score. You get a 0.37 mark increase for every additional year of experience serving as a head teacher. We saw that an increase in 1 unit in the teacher classroom ratio will increase the mean score by 13 marks. So for the teacher employers, schools need teachers, much more than anything else. Schools need teachers. We saw also that presence of electricity in a school was actually associated with about 7 marks increase in the mean score. But this could be confounded by also being in an urban area. The presence of a clean and permanent source of water in school was associated with about 5 marks increase in the school's mean score. And having a library in the school was associated with about 5 marks increase in the mean score. Being in an urban area was like the sky and the ground in terms of difference between urban and rural in the mean scores. So we need to understand what is it that is in urban areas. I think in urban areas we have more motivated teachers because some of the rural areas are really tough places to be. And for that, we may have teachers there, but they may be teachers who are wanting out all the time. So they are not fully focused on the job there. But also, of course, the external environment that surrounds the school. Thank you very much. I've said very many things. And apologies for taking longer than I was scheduled to.
Thank you very much, Daktari, for that report. I must say it's not in vain. I even wish you could even, I wanted to add you some 30 minutes, but you finished earlier. But you can agree that evidence is the way to go. Because it's only through that we are able now to come up with any transformation. A round of applause for Daktari for that. And also for USAWA, because this report has been done by USAWA agenda. Can we also appreciate? We have now come to that very important aspect of handing over this report or launching it. And at this juncture, we were to have the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Basic and Early Learning, and he has actually sent a representative in the name of Dr. Darius Ogutu, who also delegated. And within us, we have Madam Rose Ndegwa from the Ministry of Education, though in the State Department for Higher Education. She's here to represent the ministry. So we thank the ministry that did not shun us, but actually sent somebody to indicate that they're also committed towards issues to do with education. Karibu, Madam. At this point in time, we are going to launch it. Maybe she might, she has a word for us or two, and then we officially receive the report. Meanwhile, as we do that, I'm also going to give us the opportunity to react to the report. There are a number of things that are there and you want to ask. For instance, even before that time, I've picked one thing, that the girls were outdoing the boys. But when it came to those who did not meet expectations, again, we're told in public schools, 34.6 of the girls did not meet expectations, and 18.2 in private schools did not meet expectations. So again, now I'll need to understand the sciences there, yet we are told the girls were outdoing the... Madam? Oh, okay. They're still consulting. So I want us to think through that report. And in a moment, we shall have an open plenary session where we shall engage and probably have some of the answers, or probably our thoughts, and probably even what needs to be done. So it's going to be very free, and let us all take that opportunity when it arises for us to react and interrogate that report appropriately. And as we do that, I'm also asking the USAWA team to prepare the documents that we are going to use. And when we launch, the following also be ready. We shall call upon you to also come and officially receive in this ceremony Amando Ali from PAL, Hesbond Otieno from NAT, Sister Lucy Ndungu from Scholastica. We shall also have two of our pupils from Scholastica to be here to represent the students' fraternity. We shall also have 3 students from Bubisa and 3 teachers from the same school also to receive that report during that ceremony. Consultation is over, so here they are. I'm ushered them. So Madam Rose Ndegwa is an assistant director in the Ministry of Education from the State Department for Higher Education and Research. It is still one ministry, so she's here on behalf of the ministry to receive that report and during the official launch. So let us put our hands together and all protocols observed. I'm riding on the protocols that have already been established here. Let's put our hands together for her so that we usher in. Karibu, Madam Rose. Thank
you. Good morning. So as you've heard, my name is Rose Wanjiko Ndegwa. I'm here on behalf of the Ministry of Education, State Department for Higher Education and Research. So mine is just going to be brief to receive. However, I'll do it on behalf of my Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangara. Should have loved to be with you, but because of the exigencies of duty, she's not here. My director, Darius Mogaka Ogutu, would also have been with you. So he is online. He's going to do just something brief, then I can receive the report on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate her. Let us appreciate her. And what I like about her is that she's very precise. You know, she's very precise and to the point. Madam Rose, on behalf of the ministry, we want to appreciate. At this point in time, let us have now the official launch of that report, and the people that I called upon should come over here. And I'm also calling the NPA, National Parents Association, if they're here also to join us. I'm also calling upon Kulopet. If you are here, kindly join us, and the Kenya Private Schools Association, because we are all stakeholders when it comes to matters education. Okay. And the Office of the County Commissioner, I'm being informed, is also here. Please come forward. Let's come all here. I think let's just come up. Let's just come. Or we do it down here. Let's do it up here. Let's do it up here. Yeah. It's better we do it up here. And the media, we also want to appreciate you for your patience, and that we shall get a good report of this so that the Kenyans know exactly the state of education at the moment. We want to appreciate the members of the Fourth Estate, led by Mr. George Oraido. So Boaz and team, let's have the... They're here? Okay. Daktari Manyasa. You did the report, come and hand it over so that they don't say I'm the one. Come and hand it over, and maybe you can just say a word or two as you hand it over.
Thank you. This report is going to be handed over to the Ministry for official accepting and launching by two very special girls. They are accompanied by their teacher from Bubisa. Please come.
The student, just step forward. Don't be afraid. Yeah. You gave us entertainment, you are not afraid, so now are you afraid?
Let's Now I want to introduce this young man. If you have seen our 2021 report, this is the young man who was on the cover. He has grown. He was very tiny that time. He was in pre-primary. Now he's a big guy. And Mwalimu is taking good care of him. We are going to have, after this, and after the speeches from our key guests who are here, we are going to have a panel session. Please hold on for that panel session. You're going to hear from the head teacher of Bubisa. You will understand what goes on in that part that Mwalimu Cheba said is another Kenya that many people don't know that exists. And you'll also hear from Mwalimu Lucy Ndungu's sister, who heads St. Scholastica, and she's implementing a very special model of trying to help children who are otherwise marginalized to be in school. And you will hear from Ze Oletimoi, who has been getting children to school for decades, before many people in this room were born, and he will share an experience. And you will also hear from Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, that is now implementing the government Elimu scholarship. so that you understand also how far the government is going in trying to make sure that we can be able to get children into school. So the two girls, Mwalimu is going to be the one guiding them, will receive the report and they will hand them over to the Ministry of Education for cutting of the ribbon and handing over copies to all those on the podium. Thank you.
There, the report is being handed. It's being received on behalf of the ministry. Thank you so much.
I think this team should now be joining in as the ribbon is cut.
The children?
Come to the front.
The children? Let the children come in front as well.
Thank you. You can just pass that over and then maybe you cut the next one.
So, anapeana.
You can give copies to the others.
Okay. Okay, distribute the copies.
So I think you will need to display the copies for the guys in the media. Pass on the
Pass the copies, share the copies kindly. There it is now officially, the report 2023 for the Foundational Literacy and Numeracy Assessment. The report has now been launched. Makofi.
You tell us when you're done with the photos.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this point in time, we want to give the opportunity to Mr. Darius Ogutu, who is the PS representative. He is online and is going to give his remarks. As he does that, as we welcome him, let us usher him with a round of applause. He is online right now. Kindly take him through. Technical crew.
Congratulations to the team, and my apologies, I'm not available to be with you in the room. I want to recognize the effort done by the county coordinators and all the USAWA agenda in collecting the evidence, and to support the work that is being done on foundational literacy, numeracy assessment. A quick word, my brother Hesbon Otieno, who is in that panel right now, we work together on the Learning Metrics Task Force. And this is part of the evidence we were collecting and working on how to promote literacy and numeracy across Africa. And I'm glad to be seeing that in Kenya, we are collecting evidence that will eventually inform policy. And we are willing and very much active in engaging in collecting data, gathering evidence, and presenting it in determining the direction our policy should be taking to inform the learning outcomes in our country. So on behalf of my colleagues at the ministry, I want to congratulate Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa and his team of Usawa Agenda for a job well done, especially the teams that went on the ground, that went to the counties, that went to the schools, and a shout out to all the teachers that are doing a commendable job despite all the challenges. We continue walking this journey, and as a community of evidence gatherers and presenters, we will continue processing and working towards ensuring that all children are included and all children attain quality learning outcomes. Thank you very much and congratulations to you all.
Thank you very much, Daktari, for that very, very encouraging remarks that has come from the ministry. Now, this definitely gives us the assurity that we have a ministry that is committed, and you can see that they've come through. So we want to appreciate. So once again, let's appreciate the speaker on behalf of the Ministry of Education, because education is the key pillar of anything that is related to our life. And because of that, again, I extend warm appreciation on behalf of Usawa to the Ministry of Education. And as we await to have the panelists here, I had promised that we are going to have a very brief session where we are going to react. The floor is open, and I'm hoping we are going to have roaming microphones so that we hear. You might not be having a concern, but maybe you have a contribution on towards that report. I don't know how we're going to go, but by show of hands so that we can... Yes, we have one there. We have 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's take the first 5 first. So we have the first one there. I've signed a number there, number 1. Yes, there is. And then Likoy will be number 2.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Edward Nzinga, representing the General Secretary and CCK. My take is that I want to thank Usawa for a job well done. And mine was a comment in regard to the 31% of the children who are leaving grade 6 and cannot read grade 3 material. I'm of the view that maybe it is time government reconsidered the policy on repeating of classes, if that can work, because there's something they've said a child cannot repeat. And if not, maybe reconsider the viability of the free primary education, because they've admitted publicly that they only fund tuition, not another thing. Yet from this report we have seen that there are some other parameters like water, sanitation, and teachers that probably would actually go a long way in bettering the grades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 2.
Thank you. Even though I said that I was part of the team that was working on this report, that does not stop me from peering into the report and also raising my concerns. I have one issue to raise, and that the trend that was presented here is that of girls now outperforming boys in both literacy and numeracy exercises. It was also augmented by also the idea that more boys are out of school. They're dropping out of school now. My issue is, were there any efforts to follow up and get to understand the underlying reasons to these? Because what is the function of education? If education is to prepare fellows so that they are able to be functional in their society, are we seeing a situation where the many boys who are out are finding school not one that prepares them enough? Is it because of the fact that there is a presence of wrong models, people driving in heavy guzzlers, yet they don't even know how to write their name, let alone my name? Is it because of that? And if that's the case, what in this essence of trying to revamp education to focus on the learner and their abilities and how to make education useful to them, what needs to be done? Thank you very much.
There was a number 3 I had assigned. That's my friend, namesake Daniel Wesonga. Karibu, Daniel.
Thank you. I think it is a great day when we meet at KICD, which develops the curriculum and says what we should teach and do. So that again, we are reflecting on whether what we designed is being done or not is useful. To the team, meeting expectations. If you translate it to the mean scores of KCPE and KCSE, will that be a surprise or they'll be the same trend? Which means then that we have a perpetual system of no learning or no adequate learning, because even the mean scores for KCPE, KCSE are below 50. In essence, we are saying that our children are not even learning half what they should learn. And now we are saying that children are not being able to do, in terms of competencies, half what they should do. That is room for reflection. Secondly, I think we need to address the challenges of reading and numeracy early enough, and consider teaching at the right level, people who do that, no. Remediation, which is being trialed by projects, various projects, I know KPLP and others are coming, but can it be institutionalized? And now everybody here is on board. The unions are here, the parents are here, the curriculum developers here, the policymakers here, the children, the parents. Can we find a solution once and for all? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Bwana Wesonga. Let's have, there was, you've hijacked, but there was that one who had been assigned. I'll still give you opportunity. Okay. There's the number 5 there. Okay, Karibu.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Dennis Mogi, and I'm representing a network of organizations working in the disability sector. My question would be in relation to whether our children with disabilities are really learning. From the presentation, what I noted is that they are in school in terms of access, different categories. So I would have loved to hear more about whether they are learning. Are they meeting expectations or not? Then the second part to that is that as you've seen, there are high numbers of children with autism getting diagnosed and identified. Likewise, there are children with other conditions like dyslexia. So since we are talking about literacy, and we know that dyslexia is one of those conditions that brings challenges with reading and writing, how did the survey or the assessment maneuver around that? Because we could have gone to children who have inherent reading challenges. So how did it maneuver through that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis Mwangi. I would like Bwana Daktari Manyasa to respond to those few, then we'll take another round, and then we'll see, in the interest of time, where we shall be. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start from Moki's question around the children with disabilities. We actually didn't assess children with disabilities. And the reason is that we still don't have sufficient resources in terms of the technology that we need and in terms of the personnel that can be able to conduct that assessment. We don't want to just subject a child to an assessment when we don't have the competency to do so, and we don't have the resources to do so, and then create some ranking. So we are working, and Armando is here, coordinating PAL network, trying to mobilize resources to trial out ways of assessing children with disabilities so that we can be able to, in future, also report on whether they are learning or not, because that is a major gap that we have in our report. We are not able at the moment to do that, but we are working on it. Do we need to systemize interventions such as TAL to be able to address this perennial problem? My answer would be yes and no. Yes, because that is an interim solution for the children already left behind. But the sustainable solution is to transform the systems and make them work for everybody. Because what we have now are systems that work for a few. And the rest, if we focus only on interventions, we will generate an industry of interventions. Because every cohort will have children left behind, we intervene, the next cohort has another. So we need to deal with what is generating those groups of children being left behind in the long term. But in the interim years, we can use those interventions to help those who have been left behind to catch up. The girls outperforming boys, yes, that is the picture that is in the field that we found. It is a good picture from where I sit. The problem is that boys are dropping out of school. And our focus is not on just girls, it is on gender equality in and through education. And I think that for girls, we have another level that we now need to start dealing with, which is dealing with the issues of gender transformative education, to ask, is learning numeracy and literacy enough? Because it is not. We need to do much more for girls than that. The school system needs to do much more for girls. For boys, and the issue of negative role modeling, that is true, but because we have messed up our conception of what education is. Education has three core functions. You are given education to survive, to know what is good and what is bad within your environment and to be able to survive. You are given education to be able to live at peace with people and planet. You are told what you can and can't do, so you can be at peace with people and planet. And you are also given education to enable you earn a living and thrive. For many years, we have minimized the value of education and said education is supposed to enable you get a job, and so if it is not giving you a job, it is useless. I think that discourse is what we need to change. So that the idea that we have some people who have done so well economically for themselves without education should not be an issue. I have had this discussion with people in the bus, and people tell me, you know, money is everything. There's no value in your education without money. And I've asked them, so what do you do with the money after you get it? They buy things that were made by those with education. So who is working for who in that context? It is the non-educated working for the educated. Because after you have slaved and made all the money that you thought you wanted to make, you just buy what they made with the money. So I think that education has much broader value than employment, and that discussion, we need to have it. And we need to start to reshape the public discourse around that. I think I've responded to all the questions.
Thank you, Dr. We shall take now the gentleman. I'm assigning you number 1, then George Oraido, and then where are the ladies? The gender. Oh, madam. I'm giving you number 3. Another lady? Yes, I'm giving you number 4, and then number 5. This side? Nobody from this side? Okay, I'm giving this gentleman here number 5. We shall see if we'll still have time, we are going to give, because we are the people, we are the stakeholders. So we are not going to rush this. Kindly.
Thank you. My name is George Sikulu. I'm CEO for National Parents Association. And I want to laud Dr. Manyasa and team for the research because of what it has produced. And regarding the statistics on the impact of electricity, water, especially electricity and water on the mean score, I think that's very eye-opening. In an AGM I was in yesterday, I did mention to them that within the education framework, those things actually belong to the PTA. So the capitation that goes to schools does only address almost, let's say, direct and indirect academic requirements of the school. But welfare requirements, nutritional requirements, environmental requirements of the learner are to be addressed through parents. And so the school fees or the extra levies that the parents pay actually does meet that. And this electricity and water fall under that. And one of the things that came out is that they don't have evidence that these things are important. So when they were being requested to put up a water tank in that school for 3.5 million, the parents were struggling to find out, to know whether that is useful to the school. So you can see how you have just saved the PTAs by these statistics. And so from today, I think we need to have it in the prime time news that if you don't give your children water, they might not pass. The second one is about your statistics on the urban versus rural schools. This one is a question. I wanted to know, what is that difference that makes the difference? Is it that in the urban it's about the culture, or the school environments within the urban are better than the rural? I just wanted to know which of those parameters is the one that is really affecting. The third one is about the parents. When you spoke about what you're doing in the homes during the research, you discussed about, this research is very school-based, first of all. CBC, the spirit of CBC is to be learner-centered, and so therefore the learner is both school and home. And I did hear that at home you are more focused still on the learner and on managing the parent almost as a disruption rather than necessarily researching on the parent. And so I wanted to know if the future researchers can focus on the parameters that are associated with the parental role as a co-educator. Because the parent is a co-educator, there's a home learning nexus that is clear within the policy, and the parent has clear responsibilities and skills that they are required, to which in my perception, I think they are less than optimal, and I think it would be nice for that to be brought out to the fore, so that the question should be asked, why is this parent harassing this child? You know, that parent that gets managed by the assistant while you're doing the research.
I think Dr. has gotten it.
Yeah.
I think Dr. has gotten it.
Oh, okay.
That would be okay for now. We'll give another opportunity so that others can also.
Thank you, thank you.
And kindly do not make another presentation. Please, just go straight to your concern. But we appreciate every comment and every concern.
Dr. Maringa, I'll try not to make another presentation. My name is George Orido. I am a journalist, and I'm also a PA member at Buruburu Girls, and also Education Committee member at Moi Girls, Nairobi. Mr. Munyasa, Dr. Munyasa, sorry. The statistics you've given us are really grave. You know, they give us chills, like, what's going on? And they're so extreme to the extent that I'm tempted to ask you, is it normal? With this respect, I'm asking, do we have comparative analysis with the other countries? Or is it something unique to Kenya? You know, the other day I was at a meeting and a professor introduced herself as, my names are a professor. So do you have a problem here only, or do you have it in other countries?
Thank you, George. George was my classmate, actually, in master's. It's a small world. We shared a class at our master's level. Yes, number 3 was the lady here.
I know we were properly represented. By the way, I've not even introduced myself. Yes. My name is Irene Yaile. I come from Kepsha, the secretary, the national secretary. I came to accompany our treasurer as we represent our chair who was not able to be with us. I teach in one of the rural schools in this country. You will not imagine where I have come from. I started my journey yesterday and I got here this morning. So all what agenda Usawa is talking about is very real to me. I know it will not, you'll not have the picture for those who come from the urban, but to me when you say that a grade 7 child cannot read material of grade 3, 4, it is very real to us. Why is it real? It is real because, hoping that I'm not making another presentation, because our schools are poorly staffed. Compared to the urban schools, I had somebody ask, why is it better in the urban schools? You'll find that the wife of the DC is posted to an urban school, right? The wife of the DO is posted to the urban school. So the urban schools are properly staffed. The urban schools are also the headquarters either of the counties or the regions. And therefore the focus therefore of the leaders is on those schools. So in terms of infrastructure, we have the best infrastructure there. Because anybody coming from the headquarters, say in Nairobi, will first of all land in the schools in the urban centers. So our schools down there, the farthest end, therefore, becomes disadvantaged. Nobody wants to go there because one, there are no roads. Hakuna barabara ya kwenda huko, and especially when it rains. Since I went to the institution where I am, is now about 4 years. I have never seen even the CSO come to see what we are doing. Not that he doesn't want to come, it is because it is inaccessible. So those are some of the challenges, Daktari, we are facing, and I wish that this report could be taken very seriously by everybody in this country. And if we are talking of usawa, we have a long way to go. Bado tuko na safari mrefu. Tusiposhikamana wote, tuweze kuona ya kwamba yule mtoto wa kule mbali amepata haki. We may not achieve this anytime soon, but I want to say that the effort is good, the effort is welcome, as our treasurer alluded there before, that as Kepsha we are taking it very seriously, and we want to support you in all ways possible. How I wish the government organs would also support this, so that at the end of it all, each and every child in this country apate usawa. Thank you so much. I said mine was not a question, it was just an input. Asante sana.
Thank you, Dr. Manyasa and the team. My name is Naftali Moroki. I represent an organization called Metis Collective. We are a collection of over 150 education organizations in Kenya. And my question to you is, you compared the KCPE outcomes to the other factors within schools, like access to water, sanitation, pupil to teachers ratio. I'm curious, how does that compare now to the learning outcomes like numeracy, literacy, beyond the national examinations? Have you done that, or is that something you're hoping to build in future reports? Thank you.
My name is Ms. Nanjala from Stata Library Trust. We establish libraries in public primary schools. So my question, I have two questions which will revolve around libraries. The whole time you are presenting, I was asking my 10-year-old self why I was never able or not able to read a simple text when I was at that age. And my answer is just simple. I was never ever exposed to relevant age-appropriate reading materials, and those were storybooks. The whole time I'll go to the library, I'll read mathematics, English textbooks. So my question is, these libraries that you gave us statistics about, do they have storybooks or they just have curriculum books, textbooks? And two, do these libraries have trained teacher librarians who have library management skills?
Daktari, come and respond to those. Those are 5 raised issues or more, kindly.
Thank you. I will start with the easiest, which is, did we check whether these libraries have trained librarians? No, we didn't check that. We just wanted to confirm that at least they had a library to begin with. And the only other question we asked was whether those libraries were linked to other online resources. And we got a smaller percentage of those libraries being linked to the online resources. So we didn't ask whether they have trained librarians. We looked at in the school survey, we looked at the school variables and we looked at the only indicator of learning outcomes that we could get from the school level, which is the school's mean score in the national exam. Because we do the assessment at home, we cannot link the assessment results to what is in the various schools because it is home-based. We don't do it in schools, and it will be very difficult for us to say these are related to the facilities in Westlands Primary School when those children don't necessarily attend maybe Westlands Primary. So we can't link the learning outcomes we have to the school facilities in the various schools. So when we went to the schools, because we knew they are the ones being attended by majority of the children, we focused on the learning assessment indicator that we can get from the school as a more reliable one to be able to look at the value of the various school factors on learning. George is about, is this comparable? Initially, when we were doing this survey as Uwezo, we were East African. So we were collecting data in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania for about 9 years. And Kenya was the one performing better than the other 2 countries in East Africa. That is not to mean that we should sit down and celebrate. The learning outcomes are poor. These learning outcomes are reflected if you look at next on results in grade 3 and grade 6, they have the similar scores. If you look at KCPE and KCSE, they have similar scores. I know that people get carried away when results are announced and the CS says, this year we have an improvement, we have this increase in the score. We never look at the majority. For the last 5 plus or 7 years, in Form 4, for example, we have had 60% get a D+ and below, consistently for those years. So those are discussions we never have. We look at how many have gotten S, and we focus on that. But they are a minority. The majority of the learners are going through the system without actually learning. And that is the challenge that we have to confront as we try to seek transformation of our education systems to make them. We have a commitment to the children of Kenya. We put in the constitution and said basic education is a constitutional right for every child. And basic is primary and secondary. So are we using the school to just marginalize children? Because that is the discussion we have to have. Are we bringing marginalized children into school and marginalizing them in the school so that they stay there to grow up and then we release them back to the public? Or are we making the school have meaningful impact in their lives, which is what, as a society, we need to be able to achieve even our societal goals as a country. So that is the challenge. We have to reflect on what the school system is doing and look at the gaps in the school system that need to be filled for it to perform its function as envisaged. Because what the schools are dealing with right now are the challenges such as what Madam Yaile has referred to. I was speaking to a head teacher that we found in Turkana County, and this guy was the only teacher in a school. The only one. So he was teaching 4 classes together, class 1 to 4, and then teaching class 6 to 8 in another cohort. So which curriculum was he implementing? Which curriculum was he implementing? And I remember when we brought that case to Nairobi, initially TSC denied. And we gave them the code and said, this is the code, this is a public school. And they confirmed. And I remember the CEO telling us, part of the reason we have problems with teachers in far-flung areas is because of you men. You are marrying teachers and refusing them being transferred from Nairobi. Those are, those are the challenges that the people who run schools deal with daily. And there are gaps in what schools are able to achieve and what they ought to achieve. So schools are not achieving anywhere close to what they ought to achieve. Rural-urban divide, I think Madam Yaile answered that for me, so the answer is sufficient. I won't add a thing to that. Looking at the role of the parent in the home when we are conducting the assessment, the reason we conduct the assessment at home and not in school is so that the parent is present. It's actually a rule that we don't assess a child in the absence of the parent. We assess children in the presence of the parent to give them feedback, for them to see what the child is able to do and not able to do, and to have a discussion with them about what kind of support they can be able to give. Part of the assessment process is instant feedback, and that feedback is explaining to the parent what the child is able to do, what the child needs as support to be able to do better. So we do that. We do the assessment in the home specifically because of that critical role of the parent in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to add another round, but he's afraid. He said, no, please, let's go to the next sessions. I think you're too hard on him, but with a light touch anyway. I think that is a very, very good observation of what you've just said and the fruitful insights that you have brought into this. I wish we would have had more time to continue with this interrogation, engagement, but then, time is not on our side. Just before you move to the next, which is almost towards the tail end, I wish to acknowledge George Ogola, who is here from IREX, County Rep East Africa. Thank you. There he is. We appreciate your presence. I also want to appreciate my friends. We've always been talking of this process started from Uwezo, Kenya, and I'm very proud to have been part of that process. And I've seen colleagues here whom we were together during that process. There was Daniel Wesonga, I think he has stepped out. There is Francis Lekoye, the one who nilisema na mwili wa shukurani. I knew, because that's what I'm telling you, I knew where he comes from. And now there's a whole transformation, metamorphosis. Then there is Amos Kaburu, my friend here, my good friend, always on TV discussing education matters. Very proud of you, my brother. And I'm also happy to have seen Dr. Rubai Mandela. I don't know how many years, but we are still on it. And my friend here, my brother, tafadhali, simama upunge mkono. Tumekuwa naye katika hii safari ya education. So I want us to move to the next level, where I'm going to invite a few people just to make short remarks, 3 minutes possibly, if they are here. I should think Dr. John Mugo from Zizi Afrique will give his remarks online. Do we have Mr.
In the education sector, even us who are in the trade unions movement, this data is very good for us. The Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, the parents, every other person, the data is speaking to us, and we really need to take it very seriously. Lastly, all the teachers would require good environment for them to perform. And regardless of where that good environment is, it can be in an urban setup or a rural setup, provided that environment is good, teachers will always want to stay in that school. So this report has really talked about how do we retain teachers in a school. Many teachers will ask for transfer, not because maybe there are other bad things that are happening in that school, but because the conducive working environment is not available in that school where they have been posted. If that conducive environment would have been provided, then those teachers would work there. Then how do we make that work? It's just by providing this very basic infrastructure that is needed to ensure that the teachers are working and working comfortably in those schools. Yes, the last one, CBC, every other parent has said it is expensive. I think it is speaking to the ministry that funding of education is very key. The other day there was the discussion, thank you. The other day there was the discussion on the issue of fee payment going e-citizen. And I was asking myself, education in Kenya is supposed to be free. Is it not so? So where is this fee that is supposed to be paid through e-citizen coming from? Are we introducing fee in schools so that we can pay that fee through e-citizen? Because we have free primary education and free secondary education. So let us not introduce fee in school. And that is why e-citizen cannot do what? Cannot work. Thank you.
Because the media, there's the pressure from the media, you need to go and, so just step out, we'll still go for the media interview right now. Okay. And Hesbon, kindly, just step out for the media brief. And Madam Yaile, wherever you are, just step out for the media brief. Meanwhile, I also want to call upon Dr. Kiarie, who is the representative of the Director Quality Assurance, to come forward here. And also Madam Michelle Njeri, who is the representative of the County Commissioner. If you are there, kindly please come forward. We continue with our program, and I'll ask the next presenter to come forward. Excuse me, sir.
Thank you. My name is Lawrence Otunga, the National Chairman of Kenya Union of Pre-Primary Education Teachers. It is the national union representing all the early childhood educators in Kenya. I'm here briefly to give a remark about this report. I can say it is a very good report. It is comprehensive, and what I want to talk about is the distribution of public school teachers by employment status. I've realized that Kirinyaga has the highest percentage of teachers on PNP, and I'm very happy because as a union, we've always tried to engage the stakeholders and all the employers to ensure that the teachers are placed on permanent and pensionable terms of employment. And there is also something about on page 10, 6 in 100 teachers in public primary schools are untrained. We are all aware that there is an overproduction of teachers in Kenya. So why is there an opportunity of employing untrained teachers? And again, it is also against the TSE policy for untrained teachers to be employed. We have thousands of teachers who are locked out. They are jobless. Some are still struggling in private schools. yet other employers are now giving chance to untrained teachers. I'm happy about this report, and we'll do a follow-up about that. Another thing is about 67 shillings or 67 in 100 shillings paid to BOM teachers come from parents. As a representative of the early childhood sector, this is a devolved function at the moment, and we've always tried to support the recent report by the Presidential Working Committee to ensure that the transfer of this function is fast-tracked to the national government, because most county governments have failed to support early childhood education. In this report, it indicates that some of the learners are dropping out of school because of lack of fees and also inability to afford the learning materials, the books, etc. So if county governments can invest on early childhood education by allocating funds for the provision of teaching and learning materials, for the employment of adequate teachers, then these cases will not be there. So I want to thank Usawa Agenda for this good report. As a trade union, we are going to work together with you and ensure that all the recommendations are implemented, are adopted, where and when necessary. Otherwise, I want to thank you, and as I sit down, I want to recognize our coordinator for Nairobi County, Mr. Eric Makafila. Thank you very much for coming. God bless you.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's appreciate him once more. As I said, we have come to almost the tail end of the program. I will ask now, Madam Ms. Ashina Mtsumi. Are you in the house? Yes. I think we'll just go to that. Oh, sorry. I'm being informed that there's one speaker, yes, had said was going to be online. I was waiting for that signal. It has come. We are having Dr. John Mugo, the CEO for Zizi Afrique Foundation. Karibu sana daktari. Sorry, I had been informed, but I was waiting for that signal. Technical crew.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwaringa. You can be sure I would have been on your case if you left me out after waiting. Mine is to congratulate Usawa Agenda upon this launch. We have really been waiting for this report because of what the report contains, but also a congratulations message from Zizi Afrique Foundation, because Usawa is our big sister, big brother. Our work was born from Uwezo, and we continue to be the biggest users of the Uwezo data. This time around, the reason why we are so happy is because of the kind of range of indicators that this report is covering. When we look at aspects of gender-based violence, menstrual hygiene, CBC, and aspects of what parents think in their engagement with their children's learning, it's really a very rich report that we hope the sector is going to benefit from. And the second thing is that while we are making progress in learning, this report shows us that the progress is too slow. 43% compared to 41% 2 years ago. It's giving us an average of 1% per year, meaning that by 2030, we won't be at 50%, and most of us who are launching this report today will not live to witness a 70%, will have gone. So what does this tell us? That the efforts we are making are either not adequate or not the right ones, because we cannot continue doing the same things and expecting different results. The reason why I am not there with you is because in Siaya County, where a lot of work has been happening concerning babies 0 to 3 years. There is evidence that is emerging now to show that the first 1,000 days are very critical, and maybe we are struggling to put off a fire, while the source for that fire is still on. So how can we adopt a holistic approach and an integrated approach to resolving the learning crisis? But as a member of EE4A, I would say that this report has given us now very solid ground to engage, moving forward, holding roundtables with the various people that need to take action. And I'm glad and I congratulate Emmanuel and the team upon this. We are ready now to run with this evidence. Thank you so much, and back to you, Dr. Mwaringa.
Let's appreciate Dr. John Mugo. He's very passionate when it comes to matters education and research. Actually, when we were speaking about the Uwezo process, he was our Uwezo Kenya manager then, and he led us very well. Amongst the team that I introduced, Gadara and Wanawesonga, who was away. The unfortunate thing with my colleagues, niliwaacha huko because I became the East Africa trainer, so I was doing Uganda, Tanzania, and wanabaki tu hapa. So unaona mlibakia tu hapa kina Wesonga. No, with the light touch, of course. They were always doing a very good job. At this juncture now, I said we are at the tail end. I will invite Madam Ashina Mtsumi, who will take over the next session. I don't know what she's going to do, but she'll take over the next session. She will introduce what it is, and this is going to be the tail end. We shall have not more than 40 minutes for this session, kindly, so that we are easily not fatigued, and then we would break for lunch. Thank you so much. Karibu, Madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mwaringa, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashina Mtsumi. I'm here as one of the board members of Usawa Agenda to lead us in the final discussion for this morning that has gone into the afternoon. I'll have a panel of distinguished experts join me up on stage. I'll introduce them one at a time for us to learn more about the innovations that they're making to advance equity in education, to ensure that truly all our children can not only get into school, but also be able to learn while they're in school. And then there'll be time for some questions and answers from the participants so that we can all get to really understand in detail what it is that they're doing, the interventions that they're making, and we can perhaps go and strengthen and implement in our different spaces. I'll request the tech team for a mic for the participants who'll be on stage, and I'd like to first introduce, to join me up here, Sister Lucy Ndungu, who is the head teacher of St. Scholastica. Let's welcome her with a warm applause. We saw their students really entertain and get the message home on the importance of equity in education. As she comes up, I'll also introduce Mr. Stephen Oletimoy, who is part of Dupoto Emma from Kajiado, and part of the partners who supported the research in the county. Next, I'll call up Mr. Buro Ali, who is the head teacher of Bubisa Primary School in Marsabit. Let's welcome him also with warm applause. And last but not least, Mr. David Mwaniki from the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Let's welcome him also with some applause. Sorry. If I could get one more mic, please, from the tech team, so that we can all get a chance to share. Thank you. We are missing 2 participants. Okay. Karibuni sana. As we reflect on the really weighty but very instructive evidence that has been shared with us today by the Usawa team, it's important also not to lose hope, because a lot is actually being done already. A lot of innovations are being implemented already to improve the situation. Of course, there's a lot more that needs to be done, and as Dr. Mugo has said, we might be moving too slowly. But let's hear from, first, I'll invite Sister Lucy Ndungu to tell us about what they're doing. Thank you. Karibu, Sister.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Sister Lucy Ndungu. I'm a member of the Missionary Benedictine Sisters Congregation. We are based in Karen, but we have other communities, like where I am at the moment, in Ruaraka, opposite Survey of Kenya. That's where we have St. Scholastica Catholic School situated. Our school is 43 years old, but for about 2 decades, it remained as a preschool. Only in the year 2001, that's the time the primary section was started. When the missionaries, the first missionaries, our sisters, stepped foot here in Kenya in 1978, they started the school after assessing the needs in the neighboring slums of Mathare. So if you know where Ruaraka is, where Survey of Kenya is, so you can imagine that right across the road, we have Mathare, we have Kariobangi, we have Korogocho slums. And the sisters were working down there, the pastoral work, and that's the time they realized they not only need to take the pastoral, to give the pastoral care, they also needed to do something else. And at that time, they started the school, the preschool then, and at the same time, the hospital. So the school opened its doors on 10th February 1982. And you can imagine, on the first day of reporting, they had 100 children. And that therefore called for something else. They had to open a satellite school at the slums in Mathare. So we had phase 1 of St. Scholastica and phase 2 of the same school. But later on in 1988, the two were integrated and to the main school where we are at. So what do we do? So the vision of the school, why it was started, was to give quality education to the learners from down there. Those who could never access quality education because their parents cannot afford it. And that is still the dream that we carry to date. But we have, let's say, I can say we have diversified that, in that our school now not only admits learners from humble backgrounds, we also admit those from affluent families. And the model is those from affluent families, the parents who can afford, are able to support the learners from humble backgrounds. And we do it in several ways. We have what we call a benevolent fund. Every parent who enrolls their children with us, there is an enrollment fee that goes to the benevolent fund. And that takes care of that learner from that background that cannot afford to pay for education in our school. So we always ensure that every year we have about 20 to 25% of the total population of the learners from humble backgrounds. And we have them on different categories. That is after we have assessed the economic situation of the families. That's what informs the categorization. So we have learners who are in our school on 100% scholarship. They eat in school, They land, they are transported back to their families, and they don't even pay a penny. We have others who only pay maybe for lunch. There are others who can afford to pay for lunch and for part of the tuition. So we have different categories of sponsorship depending on the economic situation of the parents. And who fills in the gap? It's the affluent parents. They are the ones who do that. So we have the benevolent fund, then we have the fundraising. So every year we have fundraisers. When we have special occasions, like when we have the parents come in to pick up the progress reports, those are the moments when we do the fundraising. And so the parents have embraced, they buy and buy, they have embraced that. So we sell food, cooked food, and we sell snacks on exaggerated cost. Then the proceedings go to that fund, to that kitty. Then when we have sports days, we also do the same. So we sell cooked food, and we encourage the parents not to bring food for their children because our school is both day and boarding. And let me tell you, no one brings cooked food. They support that. They support the project. Then we have holy masses. Whenever we have holy masses, parents know that that is also an opportunity for them to feed those among us who are not so blessed. So what they do is we encourage them to make sure that they bring in a lot of offerings. So they bring packets of unga, they bring the food items. And these food items, let me tell you, we feed in one go, we are able to feed like 30 to 40 families. And we feed them for 2 weeks. We feed families for 2 weeks. And so since we have the data, so if you got last month, you'll not be able to get this month. So that's how we do it also with the offering and the offertory that, yes, thank you. So we encourage parents also to donate to support the learners. So we have parents who come in and they support learners. So when we enroll you, of course, during the AGMs, we advocate and we ask parents, if you can, kindly come to my office and let us know how many learners you're able to support. So you find a parent takes like 5, they pay school fees for them throughout the time when they're in school. Some buy uniforms for them, others feed, they just pay for the lunches. So that's how we do it. And then with that, we are able to, as a school, we are not so burdened in taking care of these about 250 to 300 learners who are on these scholarship programs. I think that is what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you for keeping time, and really thank you for all the work that you and your team are doing at St. Scholastica, and how you've managed to innovate and find a way to bring in more learners, especially those from the humble backgrounds who would have been excluded. Hold on to your questions if you already have some. I know I already have a few, and I'll pass it on to the next speaker. I'll now invite Mr. Stephen Oletimoy to please share with us your interventions in Kajiado.
Amjambo nyote. My name is Oletimoy from Kajiado, pastoralist area. By training, I am an animal scientist, but I felt convinced I should do something else better for, but when I say animal scientist, it is livestock, particularly not elephants. I come from a pastoralist background in Kajiado County. Sometimes late in the 1990s, we felt there was very little going on educationally in the Kajiado, particularly pastoralist areas. A group of us formed a non-governmental organization to see whether we could do something for the community. And so we registered an NGO to carry out activities for education. The first thing we did is to go around and assess the facilities in the area. The classrooms were very poor. Schools are far apart. Children cannot walk long distance to go to existing schools. So we start to raise funds to build classrooms where the classrooms are not adequate. Start new schools in remoter areas, because distance was a problem for children to go for about 15, 20 kilometers to an existing school. While we are putting all those facilities, we also wanted to expose the parents or the education stakeholders to other areas which we think education was doing better, especially when we look at the KCP, our children were not doing as well as others are doing in other areas. We took the teachers, the school management committees, the chiefs, across to Makueni, Machakos, Nairobi, to see what is needed to make learning or education tick, so that they have seen, so that they can see what needs to be done. So after that one, we started putting on those schools that I said spread over. We also built teachers' houses, because it was a challenge for people from, is it upcountry or other areas, developed areas, to come and stay where the houses are not available, water is not available. So while we are putting on the facilities to attract and maintain teachers, we also raise resources to support students who could go to teacher training, so that we would have enough of them who could be posted in those remote areas. So those are the things we were doing, and also collaborate with other civil society like USA, which was Uwezo by 10, and to see what's happening in order to promote education in those areas. We also try to campaign for children not to be remaining in the school to go herding livestock, because it was a deterrent. And we thought it was child labor. We went to the International Labor Organization, but we were told when children are doing work at home, that's not child labor and it's not punishable. So that was a big challenge. So the only thing that remained was persuasion. So what I'm trying to say in short, to promote education, it requires holistic approach. I think during the presentation it was said, children ought not to carry learning or homework home. But I think, and they was also said that lack of power is a deterrent. So what are those lights needed in the evening if children are not supposed to use for learning? Those are some of the questions we have in mind. We also try to make lights available, like solar lighting, so that these children can also have time to revise what they had learned at home. Another challenge was also this issue of girls' pregnancy. They drop out of school when they got pregnant. But we also carried out a campaign that, anyway, that's not, it's not a murder case. If it happened, we don't need to condemn them. We have to make sure that they go back to school. We carry out training of their parents, persuade them to take care of the babies, and even the girls were going back to school. So in short, those are the strategies we were actually undertaking to promote the capacity of the pastoralist community. I think during the presentation, areas like Marsabit, Mantera, there are a lot of children out of school, and unless some strategies are carried out, those pastoralists will remain behind for a long time.
Thank you so much for taking us through what you've been doing in Kajiado for the holistic approach. I appreciate your emphasis on the holistic approach. As the report that has been launched today has shown, the issue is systemic. There are structural things that need to be addressed, and one intervention might make some progress, but a comprehensive intervention factoring in teachers, as we heard in the presentation on the report, teachers are the most impactful element of ensuring that our children are learning. So it's important to ensure we're thinking about how to support teachers participating, teachers coming to the areas and remaining motivated to teach our children effectively. I'll now invite Mr. Buro Ali to share with us from Marsabit what they've been doing, a comparable context. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Buro Ali, head teacher Ubisa from Marsabit County. And my school started in 1982. And when it started, it had only 5 FLANAs. And over time, it has grown. And as we speak now, it has 700 LANAs. And out of those 700, around 400 of the LANAs are borders. 210 girls in boarding. And the remaining few are boys. And what normally happens is that when we talk of learners in school, some of the learners who are in boarding are in pre-primary, as young as 5 years. Others are over 18 years, and they are all in boarding. So normally, we do enrollment throughout the year. There are some who join school in January. Others join in November, and enrollment is throughout the year. Why? Because any other time a child comes to school, we accept them. Because if we don't accept them, they will run away. And once they run away, they will be good for good. They are gone forever. So we make sure that any child who comes to school is enrolled. There are some strengths, because from 1982 to this time, the school has had 16 classrooms, 5 dormitories. The school is fenced. And then that is some of the things that we say maybe it's our strength. But then there are some also other challenges. For example, when you look at the current education system, there is that pre-primary, there is primary, and then there is junior secondary. These learners are all from this school. The child is in pre-primary and their home is 200 kilometers away. If you don't accommodate that child in the school, she will miss education. So I accept them in the school. There's that child who is in primary. Because the school is primary school, we accept them there. And there is that child in junior secondary who is in boarding. The home is very far, around 500 kilometers. And the parents are pastoralists. Today you will find them here, and tomorrow there. Sometimes we even close the school, and then the learners stay with us because they don't know where their parents are. So there are so many challenges. The main one here, let's say this is 2024 January. There is that child in pre-primary. This child is 5 years. The parents are very far away. She's in boarding. She cannot wash her clothes. She cannot help herself. So what we do, any child who is in grade 1, 2, 3 is being taken care of by grade 7, 8, 6, like that. If you are in grade 8, you take care of a child in pre-primary and standard grade 1. If you are in grade 7, you take care of the child who is in grade 2. If you are in grade 6, you take care of a child who is in grade 3. That is how we survive. But there's another challenge. We always ask the government, but then there is no direct answer. This learner who is in junior secondary has no capitation. There is that low-cost boarding fund. This low-cost boarding fund covers only those in grade 1 to 6. But there is that grade 7 learner and that grade 8 learner. Once you don't accommodate them, they will be out of school. They have no capitation. Once you tell the parent to bring the money, you will be told parents in grade 7 and 8 are not supposed to pay anything. A challenge. So what we do in such a situation, any other day, me, I have a time to write to a well-wisher, local NGO, alumni. We always write something about our school, so that these learners will not leave school. And the good thing, any other non-governmental organization whom we approach, they respond. And once they respond, the learners remain in school. You know, mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa kwa ile shule, that Bubisa Primary School. I remember many of us who are from that school has never gone through pre-primary. Personally, I have never gone to any pre-primary. I went to class 1, straight from the village to class 1. And that is exactly what other people are doing here now. The learners whom I was with, the ones who presented the report here, those learners, one of them is 12 years, the other one is 11 years. And they are only 1 month old in school, 1 month old. So those learners, what happened, we always do research. Among the 700 students that we have, none of their parents have gone to any school. None. In fact, I was asking class teachers, go to your class, and then get the information. Out of those 50 learners in your class, nani mzazi wake amewahi soma? Hakuna. So, wazazi hawajasoma. But the learners who are in grade 7 and 8 now can give us information. In our village, which is 200 kilometers, kuna watoto ambao wanataka kuenda shule lakini hawajapata nafasi. So we always ask for well-wishers, Christian organization, Food for the Hungry, Concern Worldwide, and then we go to those villages, most likely on weekends. And then the first day we just assess, talk to the parents, and see, and then advise them on maybe the importance of taking their learners to school. For the girls now, who I said they are just 1 month old, when we came, the learners were hiding in the kettle boma, kwa sababu wamejua mwalimu amekuja, na akikuja anaambia watoto waende shule. So wakati mimi nimekuja, watoto walifichwa kwa boma ya mbuzi. So I was telling the father, please, where are the girls? Akaniambia wameenda kuchunga. As we argue, moja alitokelezea. Sasa nikamwambia mzee, look at the situation, the drought that has happened. Those who survived ni wale ambao wamesomesha watoto wao. They have somebody in town. Wale wengine wote, the severity of the drought was different. So they later accepted and they gave us the learners. And there are so many of that kind in the villages, so many of them. So those are some of the challenges that we go through. And sometimes because of the illiteracy, parents don't value education. We rely on borehole for the learners, water supply, and then maybe when we come, we are told the first chance, you know, the irrigation water. Tunaambiwa the first 5 hours ni ya mbuzi, sio ya shule, sio ya binadamu. The first 5 hours ni ya mbuzi. The learners are in class, there is no water, lakini unaambiwa we have decided, na wale wamedecide ni wale hawajasoma. So wanakuambia for you to convince them that learners need water, you will argue the whole day, Talk, 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 and talk. So they don't value education. They don't value, I don't know, can I say they don't value human beings? I don't know. But then, wanakuambia nafasi ya kwanza ni ya wanyama. Utangojea 5 hours, alafu upewe maji. Those are some of the challenges. And then, there's another big challenge, and this one is, CBC has an element of parental engagement. Now, when I have those learners with me for 3 months, they don't know where their parents are. The parents they know is the head teacher. Hata akikosa kalamu, anakuja kwako, mwalimu sina kalamu. Akikosa kitabu, mwalimu sina kitabu. Where do we place the parent now in this setup? Because out of 700 learners in school, 400 are in boarding, and then they don't know where their parents are for 3 months. January, February, March, maybe in April we close the school. They don't know. And even if maybe they are there, what role do they play because they don't know how to read? So these are some of the challenges. And we always struggle to solve the situation. The first thing we do, especially this 2024, among the BOM, we have the alumni, those who went through that school. They are all over the country. We have around 10 of them in the board. They understand the challenges in the area. And now, this is what we do. Before we ask somebody to help us, what do we do for ourselves? What do we do for ourselves? Even if maybe the parents just sit down and say, let us have BOM teachers. If they don't pay 500 shillings that is meant for boarding, will they be able to have a BOM teacher who will be paid by these parents throughout? No. It's a challenge. So one of the measures, we have alumni as one of the BOM members, and always we now discuss. We have a WhatsApp page, we always discuss, and then we come up with a solution. Something concerning the teachers. My school has 138 learners in junior secondary, and I have no permanent and pensionable trained teacher. All of them are intern teachers. These are the people who are looking for a job. So once they are privileged to go, they always go. The ones whom I had in 2023 are not there. So this time when I opened the school, there was no single JSS teacher. So I have to go to the county director and ask him kindly, I have no JSS teacher. The one I am given is history and CRE teacher. And then I give him English book, Alibu, Funza Kiingereza. Now, these are the challenges that we are facing, but we are overcoming, and the school is growing from 5 to 700. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tunashukuru Mungu that one girl alijitokeza so that you could bring them both to school and they could even join us here today. I think what I've picked from you is perseverance, that you really need to persevere with the community, with the parents, even with the TSC and the government to provide all that you need to keep the school going. And last but not least, I'll invite Mr. David Moniki to please give us highlights in 10 minutes, please, on the interventions that the foundation is taking.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that chance. As you have heard, my name is David Mwaniki, the CEO of Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, I'll be very, very brief actually, because I think many of us are conversant with who Jomo Kenyatta Foundation is. It's an organization under the Ministry of Education. And for the last more than 50 years, we have been providing a scholarship to needy and bright students from 1 to Form 4. We have been able to touch quite a number of communities within the country, because this is a program that is geared to help at every county or at every district. Formerly there were districts, now sub-counties. So we pick equivalent numbers of students per county, and where need be, then we have affirmative action for learners with disabilities, for girls and all that. But we try as much as possible to have a gender parity of at least 50% across the country. We have been picking students with at least 350 marks and above. So the 350 marks is what then caters for that aspect of bright students. But again, the criteria is that we go through a process of shortlisting or selecting these particular students to make sure that we are actually getting the very needy. So we have a criteria like poor orphans, or maybe from very poor background in terms of parentage, or maybe where we have single parents, and the single parents still, again, you have to go further and prove that it's a single parent who is also poor, because they are single parents that are also well able. What we have been doing in terms of that scholarship is catering for their school fees, catering for their uniforms. To some level, we cater also for some personal effects where the need is very elaborate. And this one then covers the 4 years from Form 1 to Form 4. And we also keep to ensure that these students are continuing to Form 4. We keep monitoring them through their performance reports. We monitor them also through visits to their schools, and mentoring them and counseling them as much as possible. This particular program, we were doing it coming from the operations or the profits of the Jomo Kenyatta Foundation. And we have seen a completion rate of 95% of those that have gone through our hands. And out of that, something at least 80% have transitioned to higher education. So we can say it has been having a good success rate. Currently, because that program, we have not picked students for about 2 years or so. We are having only about 300 in the program right now. But we have an alumni of more than 12,000 from the time that we started this particular program. We have notable figures in the government and in other business circles that have gone through our program, who, of course, I don't need to mention here. Having said about JKF scholarship, from last year, JKF has taken over, or is taking over, the Elimu Scholarship Program. Now, the Elimu Scholarship Program is a government program under the Ministry of Education. So Jomo Kenyatta Foundation is implementing this in conjunction with the Equity Group Foundation. And so last year, 2023, we started with taking 3,000 students across the country, across about 45 counties, minus Garissa and Turkana, who were under the Equity Group Foundation. This year, we have taken 11,000 students. This 11,000 learners, we have 9,000 of them across the 47 counties. And then we have another 2,000 who are in the camp-based schools. That is mainly in Kakuma and a camp called Kalobeye. So we have 2,000 refugees and then the other 9,000 Kenyans. Again, the criteria is, just as I've said there, the criteria is, of course, there has to be proof of neediness in terms of what is the background of your parentage, what is the poverty maybe index in the area, and all those kind of things. And this particular time we are taking marks from 280 and above, but again with some affirmative action for the special need cases and the learners with the disabilities, where the marks go down to 250. This is the same case also for refugees, those who are coming from the camp-based. We are able to go down to even 240 for girls and maybe 250 for the boys. This particular program is more elaborate because we provide everything that the learner needs in terms of even their personal effects. We have to provide everything, including the soaps and the pens and everything that the learner needs, and then provide the uniforms and provide pay for their school fees. The selection is quite elaborate again. We involve the community to ensure fairness. And so at every sub-county, we form what we call a CSAC, which is a sub-county committee for selection, comprising about 13 members and having representation from the various stakeholders within the sub-county, like PWDs, NGOs, SBOs, from the DCC, from the SD. All these particular offices are represented to ensure that there is fairness. By the time we get the selection, we have actually selected the very needy, or the one that we need. So this particular case, we are looking at 55% female and 45% male. Thank you. Or I had been given some 2 more minutes.
It's okay. Thank you so much for keeping to the time. And another round of applause for all of the panelists for the fantastic work that they're doing, the innovative work that they're taking on to ensure all our learners can learn. Are there any questions from anyone in the room? Now is your chance. If there's anything that piqued your interest, anything that you want to follow up on or get more clarity on, or even learn how you can support, now is your chance. As you think about, feel free to raise your hands, and I think some mics will be brought to you. As you reflect on that, something that stands out is the role of community and how, in the sister's case, the community has been really supportive, really not bringing food to schools and buying and paying extra to make sure that there is an additional amount that's being set aside for the learners who can't afford it, and how community can also be a challenge, as we've seen in Marsabit, where they don't understand and they can really be part of the roadblocks that you need to overcome to bring them around so that they're more supportive. I think the issue of financing and resources has also come out. Any questions in the room? Okay, we have one here, a second one. So the first one will be here. A second one at the front, first row, right here. And then that's a second and a third and a fourth. we'll close the round of questions there. Unless anyone has a burning question they don't want to get left out. Okay, we'll take those 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Still not working. It's working. Okay. This is working, thank you. So my question is about the support that you give to bright children and that you support children who score a certain level of grades. And I wonder what is happening for children who are bright but not academically, because then our education system has really pushed and driven for support for kids who learn a certain type of way and neglected kids who are bright, but not that definition of bright of I scored 350 marks, yeah? Kids who are gifted in art, kids who are gifted in other ways, who, given where the global economy is heading, would also participate very effectively in just improving our economic status.
The next question is right behind the pink shirt.
Yeah, I've listened across the board, and what is emerging is the question of resourcing. All through, it's a question of resourcing. The government has put a lot of money in education, as our budgets every other year indicates, but it appears these resources are not reaching the right people. Don't we think it's high time we rethink the whole resourcing financing framework for education? Because the current financing framework appears to be either over-politicized, so many funds here and there managed by different institutions and political actors, and the child is missing because of how we've politicized it, and eventually we are not achieving this.
Thank you for that question. There was another question from someone right there, and then his hand is up. And then the last question is from the first row on the far end on my right, if we can already get a mic moving there.
Thank you. My name is Lenguris Christopher from Kise. I want to appreciate our panelists for the various efforts to make education accessible. I want to focus on Mr. Boru. Thank you, Mr. Boru, for your efforts. Probably shed lights on learners with special needs. How is the situation in terms of those with special needs? Are they accessing education? What are you doing in your school to ensure that they are also accessing education? Maybe you could tell us, because I know it's challenging in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Very important question. And the final question from here.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Edward Nzinga from NCCK. Now, my question goes to Mr. Bulo. I happen to have been in those areas as part of the Presidential Working Party, and I came first armed with what you go through, but I was wondering, what is it, because part of the reason the locals gave was no one wants to work there because of insecurity. And the locals seem to have a solution, because those people who cause insecurity are actually people known to the locals. Isn't that a better way, or what are you doing so that you enhance security, you have the teachers? And again, about the age of the children, you'll see that there's madrasa and duksi, and they go there when they are a bit old. What are you doing about that? And finally, about the parental involvement of the parents with the children, CBC. How are you doing that? Because the parents are not literate, yet the parents have to assist the children, and here you are with the children. What are you doing about that? Thank you.
Thank you also for those very critical questions. We'll now pass it back to the panelists to address the questions that have been addressed to you directly, or also that you think you have some reflections you'd like to share, and we'll go in the reverse order. So I'll request Mr. Mwaniki to address first.
Okay, thank you so much. I think my main question is about the first one, which was about the kids left out, if I got it correctly. I would want to answer it in a broader way, because all of us will need to appreciate the need that we have in the country. And I think that is why, again, so many players have come on board, and many of these players will maybe address a particular aspect of this neediness within the country. Now, when we were doing the selection of this particular cohort, 2024, we needed to to have 9,000 plus the 2,000 that we are getting from the refugee camps. We had applications to the tune of 92,000 applications. When you go through these applications, of course, there are some few of them that you can say joyriders because they have heard there is a scholarship or something. But like 80% or 90% maybe are actually very, very needy and requiring this particular scholarship. So then what you do is that you have to come up with that criteria so that you only take that particular person who is very needy. But even when you have taken that person who is very needy, you still have a second look at you, and you're looking at the person. Okay, sometimes you have two cases. Out of these two, whom do I pick and who do I leave? But then again, you have only the numbers that you have that you need to pick per that particular sub-county. So I would say that the need is there, and it is very big. And of course, there is a need for expanding these particular programs to ensure that we are reaching out to each and every child that we needed to. And that is one of the reasons that we also brought down the pass mark, or rather the mark for in terms of the marks to pick from the 350 to 280, and even sometimes going down to below 250, so that we can actually reach that particular case that is in the far-flung areas that is really needed. I don't know whether I've really managed to address your question, but maybe a bit broadly.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ali?
Thank you. The questions here, the first one about the parental engagement. Normally what we do, we ask the teachers that because they are parents and they are also teachers, they play the role of a teacher, and then they play the role of a parent, and then sometimes we also engage church leaders, because normally weekends we have religious leaders who come to our schools, and because most of the learners are in boarding, we also ask them to come in. And then we have also organized the alumni who have gone through the same school, and they are old now, and they know at least about the CBC and the role of the parents. So we call them occasionally, then they help us to play the role of a parent, and then that's how we take care of them in parental engagement. About the security, most of the security issues are with the national government, Interior, Ministry of Interior, but then at our level, we always talk to the NGOs, especially the Christian organizations. Like for my school now, this February, early March, we will be having peace meeting between the learners from a school that is in the other area, and then the school in my area, because these are the two rival communities, they always fight. But when we have them, we have peace club in all our schools, peace club. Then now the learners now tell the parents the importance of peace, why we should not fight. Then we also encourage learners maybe in form of co-curricular activity. They play football, that kind of. So for this time we have organized for a football match between my school and a school called Gororukesa. And Gororukesa is a school in Marsabit Central, and then my school is in Torbi. So when the children come, they come together with their parents, and then we educate them why they should not fight. Then on the age, we do very little here, because we advise the parents during our Parents' Day that learners should come to school at a very young age. And those who come, we accommodate them for the time when they are comfortable to stay with us. And when they feel like, you know, somebody who is 20 years is seated next to a child of 5 years, he might feel he's not comfortable. So in that situation, we advise them to go to adult classes or join TVET, because they can now communicate in English and Kiswahili. So those are the things that we normally do there. About the special needs education, we are working together with the NGOs, the politicians, and the ministry to come up with a special unit in our school. But still, many of our school has no special unit. I don't know exactly what the learners with the special needs do in our area, because our area is where people walk with their, you know, they move from one place with their animals, and these people, the mobility is not that easy. So there is a big challenge here where there is special needs. Like last week, somebody called me from Ileret, and Ileret is 600 kilometers from where my school is, the chief, and then he told me, I have 3 learners here who are of school-going age, but because they are people with special needs, I don't know where I will take them. So when he told me that, and I have no special unit in my school, what I did was just to write a text to area MP, and we are working. But still, there's challenge, very big challenge again, in the area of special needs. About the resource management, you know, all those resources from the ministry goes with vote heads. Like now, the one of junior school, it has no vote head for low-cost boarding. You are told this amount is meant for this amount is meant for this amount is meant for this. And then if you are told there is no amount that is set aside for low-cost boarding, then it becomes a challenge for you to use the money without the authority elsewhere. So that is the directive that we are waiting from the ministry, maybe, to tell us on how we go about. I think that is all I have. And for especially those who are in JSS, you know, these learners, once they get the required material, they perform very well. The fact that those children are in those villages doesn't mean that no, they are not potential. Once they get the resources, they can do well.
That's a very important point.
Yes.
Thank you so much for emphasizing that and for addressing.
I just want to say, a case of maybe last year KCP for my school. In 2022, the school had a mini score of 240, but then that is a very poor performance. So in 2023, when I was transferred to that school, the first thing I called the alumni. And then we reach out to local NGOs. JSS has no teacher. There is no teacher who qualifies or who was assigned to teach in JSS. So the primary school teachers, we were teaching the school, the JSS classes, and then these learners are supposed to do some experiment because of the science lessons. So we went to local NGO called Concern Worldwide. Concern Worldwide bought us mobile lab and a science kit. And when it came, we never told the learners that this is meant for JSS. It was used throughout the school. Even those in grade 6, during science lesson, wanatumia ile primary school science kit. Those in JSS, and the mini-score for STEM subjects. In science as a subject had a mini-score of 49 in 2022. But in 2023, it went up to 69. Mathematics had a mini-score of 45 in 2022. And in 2023, it went up to 52. Meaning, once they get the required resources, these people can also go up the ladder. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Please bear with us. We're running short on time, but considering he's traveled all the way from Marsabit and is doing such great work there to ensure that they're all able to get a quality education, I think we can be a bit flexible and allow them to share the stories, the anecdotes, the successes, as well as where the needs still are. So now, Mr. Timoe, over to you.
Yeah, I think there was a question, how do we mobilize or to make use of the community? In our case, we formed around some schools what we call a sectional education action group. It is composed of head teacher of a school, and a chief, an assistant chief, representative of school management committee, and a few opinion leaders in an area where we under the chief. It could be about 4 schools or 5 schools, and this action group, it monitors what goes on in those areas, monitor whether there are children who are dropping out, whether there are children who are not regularly attending school, and where the facilities are needed. So that's a way we make use of their community itself to help themselves. Otherwise, if they sleep, nobody cares or nobody sees. So people have to help themselves in order to be able to improve. For facilities, we also do racing through livestock fattening. We raise about 15 steers, young steers. We give the school to fatten, and then at a certain stage, when they have gained weight, and they can sell and put up a classroom or put up a library. So we use those resources to, those strategies. We also source from other sources, things like water tanks for the schools, so that they can harvest rainwater and they help them improve the availability of lunch. Because some children go for kilometers without, they go through the whole day without lunch because home is far from them and school do not have provision for lunch. So it is a matter of tackling each specific challenge according to the challenge and possibilities that are available.
Thank you so much. And last, yes, let's please appreciate him. And last but not least, Sister, please tell us, you can respond to any of the questions or give your final remarks.
I would say education justice really is paramount and is what we should all advocate for. In your small ways, that person who comes, you come across and is needy, if you can touch and change their situation, you will have at least made an impact in your lifetime. So let us all do that in our very, very small ways. And I know that later on in the future, someone will also be able to change the situation because they were helped by someone else. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that final word, education justice, and we can all contribute to it. We've all been sitting for a long time. I'll request us to stand up and give a standing ovation for the interventions that they're making as they take their seats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashina Mtsumi, the moderator for this panelist session. Let's appreciate them further. Now, you may take your seats kindly. We have come to the end, and I want your endurance kindly. There was one person who was to speak, but had to go and do a media presser. Therefore, allow us to invite and appreciate the last speaker of the day, Mr. Silas Obuhatsa, who is the National Parents Association Chairman. The children belong to the parents. Let us hear what the parents have to say as a way of summarizing today's session. So I'm still asking you for your indulgence so that we finish up, and he has promised that he's not going to take so much time. Karibu, Bwana Silas.
Thank you very much. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I will not take much time. I know much has been spoken, and I don't want to repeat myself. I will start by saying that good afternoon. Allow me to thank Usawa Agenda for the good work that they have done. The report has come out, it's very clear. It's a touching report. It's touching so much as a parent, because we as parents, we expect that our children should get education that provides all the basic needs that our children require, and education that gives experience to our children so that when they leave school, they can be self-reliant. So from the report, you have heard it that children in grade 5 may not be able to read what is for grade 2. And as a parent, you know, we are concerned that what could be the issue here. So one, I want to say this, that a man who cannot read books has no advantage over a woman who cannot read those books. A man who cannot read books has no advantage over a woman who cannot do what? Read those books. Education is the passport for the future. And those that want that passport must work for it today, not tomorrow. Teachers will open doors, but it's you and I to go through them and get what you want. Dr. Manyasa and his organization have done the best. They have given us the report. We want the government to follow this report clearly. You as stakeholders also push it through. Let us support Usawa Agenda to have the Usawa make us to be sawa. Mambo, sawa. The issue of school fees has really affected the education in this country. Children are out of school because of school fees. And we have always talked about it. We have always shared. We as parents, we are still crying that how do we handle this animal called what? School fees. Capitation is given, but that capitation is not enough. From the report you can see that the boy child is being left out. There are school dropouts still going on. What are the causes of school dropouts? One of the things that we have looked at is the issue of school fees. So as stakeholders, we should be thinking in terms of maybe the future. How do you go about to support the poor parents? Parental empowerment and engagement is a key issue. Even in the Presidential Working Party Task Force, that was there as a theme to be looked at. And we have heard about parents coming from households at home where they cannot support the education of their children We want parents empowered. The government and the Ministry of Education, Teacher Service Commission, and any other stakeholders, teacher unions, want to support parents to be empowered. And through NPA, that is our task. We are able to do that. Finally, we are saying this. As stakeholders, where have we gone wrong? I have heard the man from NCCK speak about parents' involvement. CBSE requires parents' involvement, fully, 100%. If parents are not involved, and from the report you have heard, if they are left out, then definitely the success of CBSE lies on a half-half kind of foundation. So I want parents to be involved in the matters of education in this country. Let the government and the Ministry of Education involve parents in each and every issue that relates to the CBSE taking on and for the future and the success of the children in this country. With those few remarks, I just want to say that and then want to thank all of you. You are all my children because I'm the head of parents in this country. Dr. Ruto is parent number 1. I am parent number 2. So what number are you as a parent? It depends on how much you are giving to your children where? Back at home, okay? Osborne, you are parent number 16, I think so, 16. And the rest are there. So with those few remarks, may God bless you so much. Thank you. We'll see you again another time. Thank you very much.
He actually made a promise that he was going to be brief, to the point. Now, let us appreciate him by giving him 5 factorial claps. Do you know how they're done? Yes, so we go 5, 4, 3, 2, up to 1. So we may begin. 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, we have come to the end, and I'm expecting Madam Brenda Onyango, yes, to come and move a vote of thanks. But just before Brenda steps in, I would not like to go into the lang and the parole without entering the paradigmatic and the stigmatic relation of the lexicography side. Did you understand? I'm saying lunch will be served in a short while in another language. So to make you anticipate, Brenda, Brenda? Let us allow Brenda to move a vote of thanks. Karibu.
Good afternoon, our guests. Good afternoon again. I know we are all probably a little bit exhausted, but thank you so much for bearing with us until this time. We apologize for the little glitches we've had here and there. I'm here to give a very short vote of thanks to the guests that are here. Who are you? The organizations you're representing, and also for the guests who have joined us online. Thank you so much for making time to be with us today. We don't take that for granted. We know we have taken you out of your normal schedules to come and join us here today to share the findings of our FLANA report. So I'm just going to quickly mention the organizations that we'd like to acknowledge today. In terms of the partnerships that come from government and also private sector, we have had first, I want to acknowledge our hosts, KICD. We partner with them a lot in the work that we do, and they have also welcomed us here today and also supported us to host you. So thank you so much, KICD and your team. We also want to acknowledge the Ministry of Education, JFK, that's Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, KISE, Teacher Service Commission, and NEC. Their support has also been immeasurable. Whenever we have shared the findings with them, we know that the discussions have been pushed forward, and the agenda is to always improve literacy of our learners. So thank you so much. In terms of the unions, we have National Parents Association, Kenya National Union of Teachers, KEPSHA, KUNOPET, Kenya Private Schools Association. Thank you so much for your support. The religious organization, we have NCCK, and we also have representation from KCCB. Unfortunately, they were not able to come here today, but we have also acknowledged them. For the CSOs, I won't mention, I know you're very many. We have a lot of you under the Rally umbrella. So please feel that you have been acknowledged if you're under the Rally umbrella. And for those ones who are not there, we also acknowledge you and the work that you do in terms of helping to also push for improvement in our education sector. I also would like to acknowledge the implementing partners who are our county partners, the CCs, those are our county coordinators, the village coordinators, the chiefs, all of them, including the families, the parents and children who have welcomed us into their homes. Thank you so much for making the time to work with us. Thank you so much for helping us to collect that data that has been able to also spur more engagements around children's learning in this country. We also have seen the media fraternity here. You have been very many as well. I will not mention you by name, but we thank you for helping us to disseminate these findings with the rest of the country. Mostly, I would like to acknowledge our funding partners, especially those ones that have been contributing so much into this study. We have the Wellspring Philanthropic Fund, we have Echidna Giving, and Imaginable Futures. They have really supported us to be able to undertake this assessment, and we have been able to do it successfully by their funding support. Lastly, it's to the Usawa Agenda Fraternity. That is our co-founders, our board members, our employees, the staff, the consultants, the interns that have all contributed to this work. And I wouldn't fail to acknowledge the management through the leadership of our executive director. He has been very supportive. So thank you all for helping us to bring together this report. And we would like to ask you to continue also engaging with us. What we have shared with you are the findings, and what we'll want to see is impact come out of the report that we have shared with you today. So thank you very much. I will now hand us back to our MC to guide us on how we are going to conclude.
Thank you very much, Brenda. And at this time now, we are actually done. Before I ask Dr. Edward from NCSK to close this with a word of prayer, pray for the meal that is before us, pray for the journey masses, and anything that you think should be prayed for, I will give you that opportunity. But before, just before we get there, I also want to thank your patience. Really, we've gone through so much, but I like the way you handled yourself, the CBC skills that we saw, really very much appreciated. My parting shot, I hope that you've appreciated everything that went through this program from Usawa, the organization, and so forth. So I want to say, in the event that probably things did not go so well, kindly blame Usawa. Okay, if it didn't go so well. But if you are happy that everything went on fine, it was my idea. And with those remarks, I'm asking Daktari to pray for us.
I request that we arise. Everlasting King of righteousness and holiness, we bow before thy holy divine presence this afternoon to thank you, because when we conferred about 6 hours ago, we looked up to you for guidance, and we've seen that guidance through the report by Usawa, through the panelists, oh Lord, and even those other stakeholders who spoke both physically and online. And now, Lord, we are living, but we live when we still have a heavy burden in our hearts, because a lot of resources have gone to this research and the final compilation of this report. Lord our God, we know that the only thing we can give back to Usawa and the funders who were there with them and the other stakeholders is to enable a better fulfillment of the theme that they had in mind. And this is to execute this report and each one of us to play our part, which we can, Jehovah God. I will now pray that you shall grant us the knowledge, wisdom, understanding, and the resources to be able to pursue this agenda up to its ultimate completion. We want to pray for the entire management of Usawa and the various stakeholders, oh God, that our Father, we shall continue to keep this unity and this understanding, oh God. There are a few areas that we are praying also for your intervention. One, our Father, we have issues in this country which we still believe you can be able to come in. We have the high cost of living, which has also made education a very tall order, especially for the poor parents. We also have those children in Marsabit, Northeastern, and other areas in this country, which are still disadvantaged, oh God. And even today, we do not have a solution for them. There are also the issues that some are political, that are professional, facing the teaching fraternity. We still pray for your personal intervention. We are praying, Father, as we live, that those things that we are not able to do, that you are going to do them for your own glory. We are also traveling to various destinations, and we do pray for your journey mercies. And even from here, Lord, we shall have a meal. We pray that you too shall bless it. We thank you and honor you. And if there are things that we may have forgotten to lay before thy presence, we pray that the Holy Spirit of God and thy Son, the Lord Jesus, shall continue to intercede for us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Lunch is served.